Good morning and welcome to the transparency. We are waiting for everyone to make their way in the courtroom for day 4 cross-examination of Kayla Montgomery. Good morning to everybody. This is the case New Hampshire versus Adam Montgomery. And we will begin as soon as court begins. Again, welcome to the members, subscribers, moderators. Boston supports Lana. Love you, girl. Mwah.
Seated. Council approach. Be careful of the wires there. All right, if everyone's ready, please rise for the jurors.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. Ms. Montgomery, I remind you, you are still under oath.
Yes. I believe when we left off on Friday, morning, by the way, when on Friday we were talking about getting ready to sit down and talk to police after you were arrested on 2 charges of perjury.
Yes.
And you told the police that you wanted to talk to them, but it took a while before you actually talked to them because they had to contact your attorney and write up the letter that set out the terms of what would happen to you based on what you said.
Yes.
And essentially those terms were that what you said couldn't be used against you, but would be used as a gauge for whether or not they wanted to enter into an agreement with you, right?
Yes.
And so if you said something that hurt you, they wouldn't be able to say Kayla admitted to this and charge you with a crime, right?
Right.
But at the same time, if they found evidence independently to support what you said and that you committed a new crime, they could charge you.
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. And so this agreement did not include those conditions that you had written while you were in your jail cell thinking of cooperating, right?
Yes.
Because they had not come to you with any sort of cooperation agreement.
Right.
Okay. Now, you knew in going to talk to them that they wanted information about Harmony being missing, right?
Yes.
Whether or not she was alive,
Yes.
when she went missing,
Yes.
under what circumstances she went missing.
Yes.
And these are things that you had been thinking about since the time of your arrest, right?
Yes.
And when you first told the lie to the police and to the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony, she was driving away with Adam to be taken to her mother, follow-up showed that not to be true, and you knew it, right?
Yes.
And one of the ways that you knew it, other than what you had lived through, but you knew they had found it not to be true, was that you had seen and heard Crystal Sorey talking on the news about her missing child, right?
I didn't see that right when they were questioning me.
Okay. It had been going on for a little bit though, right?
Yes.
And also, while you were in your jail cell, you got what's called discovery, right?
Yes.
And that is police reports and searches and the results of all that stuff that is sent to you as a part of you being charged for a crime, right?
Yes.
And that discovery included the investigation into Harmony being missing.
Yes.
And it included the charge of the reports and stuff on the charge of second-degree assault against Adam.
Yes.
And so you knew what people had said to the police and stuff about that second-degree assault charge.
Yes.
And you also knew that the charge was for Adam striking Harmony in the face.
Yes.
And you knew that there was a claim of black eyes from that, right?
Yes.
And when you told the police your story of what happened to Harmony, the allegation that you had was striking her in the face, right?
Yes.
And you included a story of black eyes.
Yes.
All right. So the next thing I want to talk about is the timeline of your accusations against Adam. So on June 3rd, you met with the police for a pretty long time, right?
Yes.
And it was the meeting that you had was audio and video recorded.
Yes.
And your lawyer was present.
Yes.
And the police were generally the ones asking questions.
Yes.
But there was somebody from the Attorney General's office who was also present.
Yes.
And then after that interview, and it was fairly long, right?
Yes.
There was a break in between, but between the two of them, it was really long.
Yes.
And then you got booked for the perjury charges.
Yes.
And during booking, you said something to Detective Dunleavy about Portland pie.
Yes.
And that Adam had taken the body to Portland pie from the freezer and then returned it to Union Street later.
Yes.
The plea agreement, well, then you talked again on the June 23rd.
Yes.
And on June 23rd, that was also audio and video recorded.
Yes.
And about the same amount of people were there.
Yes.
And generally the same people.
Yes.
And after that, you did reach your deal, right?
Yes.
But, and you were out for the interview on June 23rd. You were back out on bail, right?
Yes.
And then, as we talked about, sometime in September, you got arrested and reincarcerated.
Yes.
And then sometime after that, you and your attorney you got an agreement with the state.
Yes.
And under that agreement, you could serve a minimum of 2 years.
I don't remember.
I think you testified on direct that you got a 3.5 to 7 suspended and a 3.5 to 7 to serve, but you could get out. You could get 1.5 years suspended off of that, right?
Yes.
So that would be a minimum of 2 years.
Yes.
And you also got credit for the time that you had put in while on bail.
Yes.
And so your parole hearing comes up in a month or two?
May.
May? Okay. Now, after you reached the agreement, you pled to that agreement in November of
Yes.
2022.
Yes.
And then in March of 2023, you had another meeting with the same group of people.
Yes.
And where was that meeting?
At the Attorney General's office in Concord.
And you were housed in the New Hampshire State Prison for Women at that time, right?
Yes.
And you were transported from the prison to the Attorney General's office to talk to him.
Yes.
And that interview was also recorded and video recorded.
Yes.
And generally, the police were asking the questions,
Yes.
and the prosecutor from the state might ask a few,
Yes.
but he was there for the whole thing watching.
Yes.
And then, so that was March of 2023. And then this December of 2023, you met with the state again, right?
Yes.
And was that the same sort of thing where you were transported from the prison to the Attorney General's office?
No.
Where was that meeting?
At the women's state prison.
Okay. And who was present for that?
Myself and Chris and my lawyer and Amy.
And Amy's somebody who works with the Attorney General's office?
Yes, she's an advocate.
Okay. And there you were not recorded, right?
No.
And that meeting was also a long meeting?
Yes.
Reviewing things that you had said before?
Yes.
Reviewing what your testimony would be at trial?
Yes.
Questioning some things that you had to say?
Yes.
And I think I said it, but it was not recorded.
Right.
And then you met with them again in January.
Yes.
Same sort of situation.
Yes.
And that was around January 10.
Yes.
And was that about as long?
Yeah.
Going through all the stuff that you had said before,
Yes.
questioning you on the stuff that you had said before,
Yes.
and getting ready to testify here.
Yes.
And then January 19, you met with them again?
January what?
19?
Yes.
And same situation?
Yes.
So that you're going over what you had said before,
Yes.
going over what you're going to say to the jury.
Yes.
And there might be some questions about what you said before. And so you kind of go back through it and work through that.
Yes.
And that was that it as far as meetings?
Yes.
Okay. And during all that time, you had plenty of time to review in your mind your memories and talk about things that you had said.
Yes.
So we're going to talk about some of the things that you've said to the jury and before the jury trial, okay?
Yes.
So you talked about after your eviction, which was November 27,
Yes.
you lived in your car for about 2 weeks.
Yes. A few weeks.
From November 27 to the day it broke down on December 7.
Yes.
Little under 2 weeks.
Yes.
Okay. And as you're evicted, you take some items with you,
Yes.
take some clothing for the kids.
Yes.
You take the toothbrush for Harmony.
Yes.
Make sure she can brush her teeth while she's in the car.
Yes. We all had toothbrushes.
Huh?
We all had toothbrushes.
Okay, so Declan and Seamus also were brushing their teeth.
Well, they had baby toothbrushes.
Okay. And so you made sure that you packed those things that the kids need for their hygiene.
Yes.
And some clothes for each of them,
Yes.
in addition to what they were wearing.
Yes.
And then you probably got some extra bibs and stuff for when you're feeding Declan.
Yes.
and diapers
Yes.
and food.
Yes.
Okay. And extra underpants for Harmony.
I don't remember.
Okay. You had outerwear for the kids,
Yes.
coats and shoes,
Yes.
and socks.
Yes.
And the next day was Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And do you recall where you stayed on Thanksgiving?
No, I don't remember.
You didn't celebrate a Thanksgiving on Thanksgiving Day, right?
No.
Okay. And the day after Thanksgiving, you went to your mom's house.
Yes.
And you went the day after Thanksgiving to see if she could put you up.
Yes.
And she wasn't able to.
No.
But you were there at her house for a while.
Yes.
And you used that time to clean up the kids
Yes.
because they had been in the car the night before.
Yes.
And to clean them up a lot better than just wiping the boys when you change their diapers, right?
Yes.
And brushing their teeth
Yes.
and changing their clothes.
Yes.
Did you use her laundry while you were there?
I don't remember.
Okay. And your mom took that time to get to know her grandchildren,
Yes.
including Harmony.
Yes.
And she couldn't put you up, so you had to leave.
Yes.
And you stayed in the car that night.
Yes.
And then that was, by the way, November 29, the day after Thanksgiving, right?
Yes.
And that's the same day that you had a car accident, right?
The 29th. Yes.
Okay. And that was a car accident with Tabitha Scott in the front seat, you in the back seat with the kids,
Yes.
and Adam driving.
Yes.
Sorry. And police came after the accident,
Yes.
and you had Declan in a car seat.
Yes.
Seamus was in some sort of
He was in a car seat.
okay, and Harmony was not.
No.
You did not have a car seat for Harmony, right?
Right.
And you were in the back, so she wasn't in a seatbelt either, right?
No.
And that was a problem when the police officer came, right?
Yes.
And blanket was thrown over Harmony, and she was told to hide so that the police officer wouldn't know that you had too many kids in the car that were, and one was unrestrained.
No.
Okay. You were hiding the fact that you did not have Harmony restrained in the back seat at the time of the accident.
Yes.
And then Adam had his license at that time, right?
I don't remember if he lost it then or not.
Okay. Well, he was able to drive away from there after the police officer talked to you all, right?
Yes.
So he probably had his license, right?
Probably. Yes.
Okay. And Tabitha Scott, your friend that was in the car at the time of the accident, she was a friend, right?
Yes.
And she really liked Harmony, right?
Yes.
She would play with Harmony, right?
Yes.
And sometimes play dress up and stuff like that with her, right?
No, but okay. I don't remember that happening.
Okay. Remember taking photographs and like photoshopping them to put stuff on them and stuff like that in
Yes.
photographs? Okay. And Tabitha was somebody that you would have babysit the kids sometimes.
Yes.
And sometimes it would just be Harmony and you would take the two boys with you, or sometimes she might do all three.
Yes.
And your accident on the 29th, do you recall that being in the afternoon?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you recall if you went to your mom's before or after that?
I think I went to my mom's later that night.
Okay. And Harmony did not have black eyes when you went to your mom's,
No.
right? So she did not have black eyes when she was in that accident, right?
No.
Pardon?
No.
Okay. Now, December 1st. Well, that was an accident on the 29th. And you made a lie about November 30th. What did you actually do on November 30th?
I don't remember.
Okay. How about December 1? Do you know what you did that day?
No.
Do you know where you stayed?
In the car?
Do you know where the car was?
No.
Was it at Colonial Village?
I remember that's where we would normally park and sleep in the car.
Okay. You said that Anthony Bodero, and am I pronouncing that right? Bodero?
Yes.
Okay. That he would come down to the car while you were in the parking lot.
Yes.
And I think that you said that he would give you drugs.
Yes.
And that he would see Harmony during that less than 2 week period that you were in the car.
Yes.
And that he would come down, she would wave to him.
Yes.
And he would wave back.
Yes.
And Harmony was not under cover when she would wave to Anthony Bordero.
No.
And she was not hidden from public view or Anthony Bordero's view when he would come down in the morning.
No.
And I think that you said that he might come, maybe not every day, but pretty frequently.
Yes.
And he also brought you some Thanksgiving leftovers.
Yes.
And when he did that, he saw Harmony.
Yes.
Now, there was another accident on December 2nd. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember that you had another accident outside of the clinic after the accident on November 29?
Yes.
And that was during a time that you and Adam had been going to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And the kids were not with you at that time.
I don't remember if they were there or not.
Okay. So it is, and I think you said reviewing the accident report would not refresh your recollection? Or would it?
I don't remember.
If I gave you the accident report, do you think it might refresh your recollection?
I will try and remember.
I've got a 4-page document, and I've actually highlighted the date on the first page just because there's so much information. But do you think if you review the accident report, it might refresh your recollection that your kids were not in the car?
I remember the accident, but I don't remember if the kids were in the car or not.
Okay.
Even looking at this, I don't remember. I just remember we were in an accident
Okay.
outside the clinic.
Okay. And I think we talked about that a little bit on Friday, that the police asked you about that as well
Yes.
during your interview, right?
Yes.
And that you said that maybe Tabitha or maybe your mom was babysitting the kids.
Yes.
So if you were in the accident and the kids were not with you, they would have been with somebody that you trusted to babysit them.
Yes.
Harmony would not have been hidden from whoever that babysitter was.
No.
Harmony would not have been hidden from public view.
No.
Harmony would not have been hidden under a blanket.
No.
Now, do you recall it snowing at all while you were staying at the Colonial Village parking lot?
I know that there was snow on and off.
Okay. There was actually a bit of a storm. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was when you were parked at Colonial Village.
Yes.
And did you go inside to the Bodero's residence during that storm?
I don't remember going in there.
Okay. Did you ever take the children into Mr. Bodero's residence to brush their teeth or to clean them up or anything like that?
I remember bringing the kids up to his apartment, but I don't remember when that was.
Okay. So let's talk about living in the car. You got a couple of boys that are quite young.
Yes.
One is about 11 months,
Yes.
and your other son was 2.5-ish.
Yes.
And they can only stay in the same position one time for a certain amount of time, right?
Right.
And then they start getting pretty rambunctious, right?
Yes.
And fussy.
Yes.
And Declan, if he gets fussy, will cry.
Yes.
And that'll make Seamus cry.
I don't remember that.
Okay. And Harmony also, maybe not as rambunctious, but would get pretty fussy about being in the car for a long time, right?
Yes.
And so you would try and find ways to entertain them.
Yes.
And one of the ways that you entertained them was to go to a public place like maybe the mall, just to get them walking around inside for a while.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
You remember losing your phone at the mall while you were walking, you and Adam were walking around with the kids?
No.
Okay. One of the ways that you would entertain them was to take them to places like Walmart when you were shopping for more food.
I don't remember going there.
Okay. What were the ways that you entertained them?
I don't remember what we did with them. I just remember living in the car.
Okay. But you didn't have the children in the car 24/7, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you play or take them to walk on those balance beams and stuff on that little play center at the back of the parking lot at Colonial?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let's talk about the food that you had.
She's saying this so that she doesn't get caught for perjury again.
You would eat things like tortilla wraps,
Yeah, we had tortilla wraps.
bananas,
Yes.
peanut butter,
Yes.
apples,
I don't remember apples.
baby food,
Yes.
cereal,
Yes.
formula.
Yes.
And if you had cereal, you had milk.
I don't remember keeping milk in the car like that, but
Okay.
possibly.
So if you had baby cereal, Seamus would just eat it dry.
Yes.
And what was Seamus eating at that time? He was doing a mix of baby food and real food.
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes you'd feed him your food,
Yes.
little bits, right?
Yes.
And you'd have to make sure that he took it and put it in his mouth, right?
Yes.
Instead of dropping it on the car floor.
Yes.
And Declan had formula. Did he also
Baby food.
Baby food?
Yes.
How about the cereal?
No.
So you would have to turn around and feed Declan in the back seat, or would you put him on your lap and feed him in the front seat?
I'd turn his car seat around so that he'd be facing that direction so I could feed him.
Okay. And diapers?
Yes.
So when Declan or Seamus would go to the bathroom in the car, they would be
Yes.
going to the bathroom in diapers, right?
Yes.
And Declan, his diapers didn't smell too much, right? Because he was still just a baby.
I don't remember.
Okay. But Seamus's diapers would smell, right?
Yes.
And so Seamus and Declan are both going to the bathroom in the car in their diapers,
Yes.
and you would change them where?
In the car.
And all the time?
If we were just living in our car, yes.
And then you would throw the diapers in the dumpster?
Yes.
And certainly in Colonial Village, you had a dumpster nearby.
Yes.
And then you would try to clean them up more than just the wipes when you change their diapers, right?
Yes.
And that would be in public restrooms.
I don't remember going to public restrooms.
Where would you clean them more than just wipes?
I don't remember.
But you remember that you would.
I remember cleaning them with wipes. I don't remember bringing them to any like restroom or stuff like that. I don't remember that.
Okay. So you talked about going to your mother's on the 29th of November. Is that the last time that they got a thorough cleaning?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't do that to your kids, right?
I wouldn't, but if I was stuck in the situation I was stuck in, then yeah.
Okay. You had your own hygiene to worry about in the car, right?
Yes.
And I think that you said on direct that you would ask Harmony to come with you, and sometimes she wouldn't,
Right?
sometimes she would.
Yes.
And where would you go for your hygiene?
If we ended up going to a gas station that had a bathroom.
Okay. So one of the places that you used to clean yourself and Harmony up was public restroom in a gas station.
Yes.
Perhaps convenience store,
Yes.
perhaps Walmart.
I don't remember going to Walmart.
Okay. So sometimes she would come out of the car with you and go into the convenience store, and you would clean her up, right?
Yes.
And she would not be under a blanket.
No.
Right. And sometimes she didn't go with you.
Right.
And if she had not gone to the bathroom for a long time, would you insist?
I would ask her.
Uh-huh. And she would say what?
She would say no, she doesn't have to use the bathroom.
Okay. And if she hadn't gone to the bathroom for all day, would you insist that she go to the bathroom with you?
Yes.
And when you insisted, did she go with you?
No.
Okay. Okay. Now, you talked about sometimes Harmony would go to the bathroom in the car.
Yes.
Was she wearing underwear during that whole time?
Yes.
Where did you clean her underwear?
We didn't clean her underwear.
Okay. So and I think that you said it was urinating and defecating in the car.
Yes.
And I'll call it pee and poop. Okay.
Yes.
And so you said that she did both.
Yes.
And then, so suppose she peed in the car. What would you do to clean it up?
We would change her clothes.
Okay. What else?
That's it.
Would you clean the car?
Wipe the seat. Yeah.
Okay. And would you clean the underwear that she was wearing?
No, they'd get put in a bag.
Okay. So you had like maybe 7 or 8 or 9 pair of underwear for her to wear?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you said we would clean her up. That would be you and Adam?
Yes.
And when she, how many sets of clothes did she have?
I don't remember.
Probably just a couple, right?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you know if you had more than a couple?
I don't remember.
Okay. But if she urinated in her pants, you would have to not only change her underpants, but also her leggings, right?
Yes.
And do you know if you had a bunch of leggings as well as a bunch of underpants to replace them?
I don't remember.
Okay. And then when she pooped, you would clean her?
Yes.
You would wipe her with the baby wipes?
Yes.
And then would you take her to a public restroom to get her more clean?
No.
Overruled.
Pardon?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. So, and you would sort of understand that she was going through a difficult time because of so many changes in her life.
Yes.
And so you would understand and tell her, Harmony, I know this is difficult, but you really have to tell us when you go to the bathroom,
Yes.
before you go to the bathroom, right?
Yes.
Because, and you try to encourage, come with me, we'll take care of it, we'll be in the bathroom, come with me, right?
Yes.
And did you ever buy pull-ups for her when it became more than a one-time thing?
I don't remember.
Okay. Something you might have thought of, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. And being cooped up in that car for so much time with the kids was a little bit difficult, right?
Yes.
And it was difficult for the kids too, right?
Yes.
So sometimes chaos would just erupt, right?
Yes.
Declan crying, Seamus crying, Harmony crying, right?
No.
Okay.
They never really cried that much.
Okay. But when they cried, it would sort of cascade, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. And it's like what's happening to one would go to the other and the other, and it would just be chaos, right?
Yes.
And how would you soothe them?
I don't remember.
Now, you said that Badero didn't want you staying at the Colonial Village parking lot, right?
Right.
He was actually afraid somebody might notice and he would
Yes.
get in trouble.
Yes.
But you also said that he came down daily or every other day or so to give you drugs.
Yes.
So he didn't want to come down and in public hand drugs over to a car that's squatting in a parking lot where it shouldn't be.
Right.
He came down to meet with Adam.
Yes.
And Adam occasionally would drive him places because Adam had his license.
Right.
And he would drive Badero's car and you would be there with the kids.
I don't remember that.
Okay. But he would have Adam driving him places?
I remember he did that when we were staying at the house. I don't remember him doing that when we lived in the car.
Okay. Well, Badero wasn't. Did you have money while you were in the car?
Not really.
Okay. So you pretty much had to count your pennies when you bought more food and stuff like that.
Yes.
And you couldn't splurge in anything because it was pretty tight, right?
Yes.
But when Adam would meet up with Mr. Badero, he would be able to get some drugs.
Yes.
And Anthony Badero was not giving him drugs for free.
No.
Right. Adam was doing Anthony some favors.
I don't remember that.
Hold on. Approach. Objection is sustained. The question can be rephrased.
So when Adam and Anthony got together, after a while,
Kayla gonna be
Adam would be able to come
jealous.
back with some drugs.
Not when we were living in the car.
Anthony Badero was not giving out drugs for free, right?
Overruled.
Right?
Sometimes he would, sometimes he wouldn't.
Okay.
Okay.
And actually, on the day that your car died, and you described going to the clinic and coming out and going to Burger King and then going back
There
to
you
the
go.
parking lot, Adam asked you to go up to Anthony Badero's to get some drugs, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. And he asked you to do it because Anthony might front you a bag because he never says no, right?
Approach.
These favors, I wonder if she gave him a quick little. There's no way. This is what she's getting at. Who's doing the favors? What kind of favors are we doing here? Look at she's paying attention to this. All the other sidebars, she's not been paying attention like this. She's like, oh, hell no, you're about to say that I blew him or something. I want to hear this. Go get him. Go get her.
And that he asked you to go to Badero's to get drugs that day because Badero would front you.
Overruled. It's cross-examination. You may proceed.
Would front you a bag because he never says no to you, right?
That's not true.
Which part?
That he never says no to me.
Okay. But on that day, that's why Adam asked you to go up to Badero's to get some drugs.
I don't remember that day.
Okay.
Overruled.
I'm going to show you a copy of the transcript of the interview that you did with the police on the 23rd.
She's got her.
And it's marked Defendant's Exhibit 2, D2 for ID.
The attorney did laugh at her. She's like, okay. She's like, y'all are just ridiculous. I'll give the attorney credit. I've watched all
Say that,
weekend, the defense attorney.
Could you just repeat the
To
Exhibit
be
number
in this type of a
D2 for
situation.
ID.
D2. Okay, D2. Thank you.
So may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
He knows this case inside
we
and
talked
out.
about your interview on June 23rd with police. I'll come into the second, right?
Yes.
And that interview was recorded, right?
Yes.
And Detective Jack Dunleavy was there,
Yes.
and Detective Max Rahill,
Yes.
and a U.S. Marshal was there,
Yes.
and an Assistant Attorney General was there,
Yes.
and your attorney was there,
Yes.
and you were there.
Yes.
And that was June 23rd. I'm going to show you a copy of this transcript and point out some stuff so you'll know that's what I'm talking about, okay?
Mhm.
See the date
Yes.
and the people that were present.
Yes.
And so I'm going to point you to page, and like with anything that I give you, I'm going to point to an area that I'm interested in, but you can read before and after to sort of orient yourself,
Okay.
I'm going to point you to page, to that area there and ask you to take a look.
Yes.
This prosecutor's getting a little. Yeah, this is what happens when you want to go to war with people like this as your star witness. This is what's going to happen. Liars, liars and tigers and bears. Oh my, liars and tigers and bears. Oh my. Very curious to see what this says that she said when she was in her interview that was recorded and transcribed. That's what she's looking at right now. This was a June transcription. They met with her a lot. She was getting field trips to just head on over to the Attorney General's office. Sure, they probably got her some McDonald's on the way. I know she's, a hell of a lot bigger than she was when she first went in there. She was a rail, and I went and looked up all of her email addresses, and she's a little Puerto Rican queen, she calls herself, or some shit like that. So Adam's not in there to take a look at her right now. So I would, if I was the defense attorney, you guys know how blunt I am, I would just flat out ask her, was she banging, when she was in the car, or when were her and Adam having this, alone time? Because she got pregnant, I would want to talk to her about that. Her and Adam had a little baby girl, Sierra. Like I said, this weekend I really spent a lot of time listening to the hearings, the suppression hearings, the gun trial. Adams had the same attorney the whole way through.
Your recollection about what you did that day?
I remember saying that, but I still don't remember that happen. I don't know. I don't remember that day. I don't remember that happening that specific day.
I'm going to unpack that a little bit, okay?
Mhm.
And I pointed you to something that you told the police officers and everybody else that was there on June 23rd, right?
Yes.
And on June 23rd, you were present to let them know, maybe to correct some stuff from June 3rd and talk more about what happened back in December of 2019.
Yes.
And they wanted you knew they wanted you to talk about your memory, right?
Yes.
They didn't want you to make something up, right?
Right.
And you had plenty of time to think about it, right?
Yes.
And to remember what happened, right?
Yes.
And some of the details that they were interested in, they sort of they talked about in June 3rd.
Yes.
And so are you saying that you didn't remember that day when you spoke to them on June 23rd? or that you did remember it in June 23rd, but you've forgotten now?
I don't remember that specific thing
Uh-huh.
on that day. Like me actually going to see Tone and asking for a bag of drugs. I don't remember that.
But it is something that you told the police that day, right?
Right.
And that you and Adam were in the car and you went up to Tone's to get a bag of drugs. That's me. I knew that tone. But let me actually check because I don't know that I checked it when I walked in.
It's the defense attorney's phone ringing.
Uh,
You know who's in there right
so
now?
it was not me, but if I could make sure mine's off.
Dolly. It's probably Dolly's. YouTuber Dolly's in there right now. He was a hot mess this morning. Like in a respectful way.
You're not disagreeing that you did tell the police that, you just don't remember telling the police that.
Right.
And if you did tell the police that back in June of 2023, you would have been telling them, this is what I remember.
Right.
So you don't remember it today, but you told them that you went up to get
Approach. Oh, asked and answered. Overruled. Go ahead.
drugs from your friend Tone Badero.
I don't remember that specific thing happening that day because I've done it a lot of times.
Thank you there, Michelle.
Okay,
Okay.
but you're not disagreeing that you told them that that's what you did that day.
Right.
Okay. And Tone sometimes will give you drugs for free,
Right.
but that's not what he normally does.
Right.
Okay. And throughout the time that you were in the car,
Oh, thank you there.
Adam would do things to find ways to get money
Ooh, here we
to
go.
buy drugs from Mr. Badero.
Yes.
And one of the ways that he did that was to do things for Mr. Badero.
Ooh,
Not while we were living in the car.
Okay.
ooh.
Um,
What's this about? What would he do? What would he do?
Now, there were a lot of people that parked at the Colonial Village parking lot, right?
Yes.
And it might not have a whole lot of people during the day, but in the morning before work and in the afternoon after work, it was pretty full.
Yes.
Oh,
And
Boston.
you did not want to be noticed in the parking lot
Right.
because somebody might tell on you and you'd have to leave.
Right.
And you wanted to be there close to Mr. Badero's apartment.
Yes.
But especially in the morning and in the afternoon when people were moving around more before work and coming home from work, you wanted the kids pretty quiet.
If they were quiet, I don't remember.
Well, you didn't want your children screaming in the car, right?
Right.
You wouldn't want that
thank you, Vega.
cascade of chaos where Declan might cry and then everybody starts crying.
That's not a normal thing that would happen.
And you wouldn't want it to happen, right?
Right.
You would want them, especially during that time period, to be pretty quiet so nobody notices.
The defense attorney is showing how the kids were alone with her. That's what this is about. This is about being alone
Almost
with her.
every morning.
Adam's
you,
going off and doing favors to get the drugs.
went to the clinic in the morning.
Yes.
Maybe you missed one, but certainly not. It was a regular daily thing, right?
Right.
They went
You would get up
daily?
and you would leave the
I didn't realize that.
parking lot, go to the clinic, get your dosage, and then go off somewhere else.
Right.
Might go to Burger King,
Yes.
might go to a gas station,
Yes.
might go to some other place and use the facilities and restroom.
I don't remember that.
Okay, if you went to a gas station, you would use the facilities, right?
Right. But you, never mind.
Okay. There were other places that you went besides a gas station and Burger King, right?
Right.
Okay. And if facilities were available to use, you would take the opportunity to take the kids out and clean them up.
Yes.
Okay. And if Harmony had messed her clothes, would you hand wash the clothes?
Overruled.
No.
You're allowed to ask the question
You
multiple
change her
times.
clothes?
Okay. But if she peed in her pants, her clothes would still smell like urine.
Right.
And if she did it a lot, you had a limited amount of clothes, right?
Right.
And if she pooped her pants, you'd also have to remove the clothes and change them with something else.
Right.
And you didn't have 2 weeks worth of clothes for Harmony.
No.
As a matter of fact, you described what Harmony was wearing, and it was pretty much the same thing the whole time, right?
No.
The leggings that you remembered that she was wearing,
Right.
those were the leggings that she was wearing when she left the house.
No.
Okay.
I want to know what the mom remembers Harmony in. Get that B on the stand. Christine! They're just this little
And I was talking about money that Adam
Trashy
would
area,
find
trashy
ways to
people.
get some money. You were not working, right?
Right.
And you were not pulling in any money, right?
Right.
You were watching the kids.
in the car.
We were staying in our car.
And you were watching the kids, right?
Yeah.
And you were not working.
No.
And you talked on direct when you were being questioned by the state, and you said that you had confessed to your crime of theft at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
And you said that you had taken responsibility for that crime, right?
Yes.
Well, you actually got caught in that theft, right?
Yes.
And you were given an option of writing a confession and reaching a restitution agreement, or the police would be called.
Yes.
And so accepting responsibility was taking the lesser way out of the problem so that you wouldn't get a theft charge.
Right.
And you reached an agreement to get out of criminal charges.
Right.
Okay. You were held responsible for that charge, for that
Yes.
crime, right?
Yes.
Just in a different way. By the way, when you used drugs in the car, you wouldn't use them all. You would sort of spread out the usage as much as you could.
Spread out my
Yes.
drugs.
And
So these
so you
kids
may
were on
not get
needles?
that as good of a feeling as you would get if you had more money and a better situation, right?
No.
Okay.
They're going to have her.
Doing the drugs sort of eased
Hmm.
life's worries.
Not really.
Okay. Yeah, because life's worries still intruded even while you were using the drugs, right?
Yes.
And especially if the kids were fussy and everything, you couldn't just sit back and relax with the drugs. You still had to pay attention to the
Just
kids.
whacking them.
And if they were crying, you still had to soothe the kids.
Yes.
And if they needed changing or Seamus,
Did she breastfeed?
Peter pooped in the car, or Harmony Peter pooped in the car, you couldn't just sit back and relax. You had to do something.
Yes.
Okay.
Diane, I'm gonna go look for Harmony. I have a radius. We did a bunch of stuff over the weekend. You know, you just never know. I think it's worth a shot. Take one trip out there. I think Adam's so dense and a lazy piece of shit. The little areas that they went, they didn't travel far. I'm actually shocked that they haven't found any. There's water over there too.
We talked about those several statements that you gave to the police and the prosecutor from the Attorney General's office about the death of Harmony.
Yes.
And those stories changed a bit over time.
Yes.
And when you first told the story, you said that Harmony was peeing and pooping in the car, and Adam punched her 10 to 15 times in the parking lot of the Colonial.
Yes.
And that it was like at 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yes.
And when the officer asked, you mean in the overnight hours? You said, yes, it was in the overnight hours that this happened.
Yes.
Because something did happen at 2 or 3 in the morning on the day that Harmony died.
Yes.
And that was that Adam got in the car and Harmony did not wake up.
No, that's not what happened.
Okay. What happened at 2 or 3 in the morning on that day?
Harmony had an accident and Adam kept punching her in the head.
Okay. At 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yeah, it was still like, it was the middle of the night.
And so in the middle of the night at 2 or 3 in the morning, you're saying that Adam punched her 10 to 15 times.
Yes.
And Harmony was crying,
Yes.
screaming.
Yes.
Declan would start screaming.
I don't remember what Declan and Seamus were doing.
Well, that cascade effect that when one of them is crying and there's chaos in the car, all of them were crying, right?
Not really.
Okay. And then what did you do?
What did I do?
Yeah.
I tried telling him to stop, but he doesn't listen.
Okay. What did you do about the mess?
I didn't do anything about the mess.
Did you clean the car?
No.
Did you clean Harmony?
No.
Was it a pee or a poop?
I don't remember.
Smells are considerably different, right?
Right. But
Both
the
of them.
car already stunk.
It stunk from all the kids living in the car, eating in the car, peeing and pooping in the car, and food being left around the car, right?
Yes.
And body odor.
Yes.
And so if Harmony peed in her seat at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, are you saying that you left her sitting in a puddle of pee?
Yes.
And if she pooped at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you're saying you left her sitting in her own defecation?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was scared of Adam.
Did he tell you don't clean her up?
No, but when I told him to stop, he gave me the crazy eyes that he has. And I just didn't want to do anything because I was scared of him.
Okay. And then things calmed down and everybody went to sleep?
No.
Everybody stayed up?
I don't remember if everybody stayed up, but I know I didn't go back to bed.
Okay. So you were up till 2 or 3 in the morning until you woke up, until it was time to go to the clinic.
Yes.
And I think the clinic was 7 or 8 in the morning.
7.
Okay. So you sat in the car and did nothing until 7 in the morning.
Right.
And you don't remember kids crying and screaming?
No.
This is just crazy that the state is like, yeah, we're going to put her on as our star witness.
I believe that you
Shame on the state.
testified to on direct that Adam woke up and smelled pee or poop.
Yes.
Do you know which that was?
I'm sorry.
Urination or defecation, do you recall?
No.
Okay. And he got mad at her for peeing or pooping in the car.
Yes.
Was it a fresh pee or poop?
I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know if she peed or pooped in the car from 2 or 3 in the morning.
No.
Okay. And one of the things I think that you described Adam saying at one of the things was, why don't you let us know?
Yes.
Like he's surprised at Harmony that she's smelling in the morning. So you're saying he struck her in the morning before the clinic because I think that you said before to the police because she peed herself while still in the parking lot.
Yes.
And that made him mad, you said?
Yes.
And so she peed before you went to the clinic?
It just smelled like urination all the
Okay.
time.
Okay. And she didn't have any injuries that you saw that morning, right?
No.
And you go to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And at the clinic, the two of you have to go in one at a time, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you have to go in one at a time is because somebody had tattled on you at some time earlier for leaving the kids in the car while the two of you went together.
Yes.
And so you were parked in the clinic right out front,
Yes.
and other people are also getting their dosage.
Yes.
And
Trash.
at least at some point, people were paying attention about, well,
You're trash.
I'll take that back. So you're right out front of the clinic. I think you, looking at that paperwork, saw that you went in first,
Yes.
and then Adam went in.
Yes.
And did you take that time to clean the car?
No.
Why?
Because I didn't.
Okay. I think you testified that when Adam got in the car, you said, I'm hungry, and I'm sure the kids are hungry.
Yes.
And it was you that wanted to go to Burger King for food.
Yes.
And did you want to go to Burger King because you were hungry?
Yes.
Did you want to go to Burger King because you wanted to clean the car?
No.
Why not?
I didn't.
Okay. Just you were hungry and you thought maybe the kids were hungry too.
Yes.
Okay. And Adam drove to Burger King to get you food and food for the kids.
Yes.
And Adam was not interested in food, right?
That's not true.
Why not?
Because he was hungry too.
Okay. Do you remember telling the prosecutor that Adam, I'm sorry, on March 16, of 2023. Do you recall telling the prosecutor that Adam was not interested in food?
No.
All right, I'm going to take a different exhibit. Actually, I'm going to use a different copy.
Yeah, during like the recesses and the lunchtime, I'm going to be going over all the material that I got this past weekend. A lot of cool stuff to show. How, when I say cool, I just mean like facts. Here, let's not listen to the liars. Let's check out some facts here. Police were called 29 times to that house. CPS called 4 times. I have those reports. I'm trying to get the body cams. I want to see how dirty this house was. The neighbors were constantly calling on them. This is just sick. But Harmony should have never been with Adam in the first place. The state, they didn't complete none of the home assessments in the going home packets. Harmony never should have been with Adam in the first place. Adam was charged with, I don't know, attempted murder. Okay. It's insanity how this little girl or any of their kids were with them. I think that Crystal I think that Crystal's going to sue. I think that she should sue. I think that she would win hands down. I think they would settle out. This wouldn't even probably go to court. But it's ridiculous what I was reading this past weekend. I mean, here I have some of these police reports right now. And it's all back to back to back. Like on July 7th, 2019, that would be Harmony's birthday. You know, she was born on 6/7. So on 7/7/2019, the cops were called. Caller who was Kayla Montgomery. She called because her friend, caller had a friend by yesterday and now he won't leave and is high. Alex Call is the unwanted party. They went there. Alex was negative, knife, drugs, uncooperative. Alex was trespassed, and so they got him out of there. So like they just had like these drug houses where people would just come and get high, and the place was just trashed. So this is what happened on her birthday. Let's see, a domestic violence on 7/10, 3 days later, 7/7 Guilford Street. A guy by the name of Sebastian called. Male and female fighting inside the house. Caller can hear banging and screaming, and kids. The caller literally was one of the neighbors. They said there was a gray Chrysler parked out front. That's their car. Female left house, and male began yelling to get back in the house.
I'm going to show you a copy of a transcript of the interview of March 16, 2023. And like before, I'm going to ask you to read a portion of it, and then I'm going to ask you a question, okay?
Okay.
So here it is. Not quite as pretty. I'm going to be asking you about this, but you could read before or after,
Okay.
okay? Right.
I 100% support Crystal, but you know the state failed Harmony with the Crystal situation too. She was with Foster for 2 months, then she went back to Crystal, then she went back to Foster. You can't be doing that stuff. That's not how you do things. And I mean, these are the type of cases where the state needs to be involved. There's other situations that the state does not need to be involved, and you got people using kids as pawns in their fucking custody bullshit.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Harmony should have still been with the state.
So you,
Of,
during that interview, told the police that Adam didn't care if he ate or not, right?
Right.
He wasn't there because he wanted to eat, right?
Right.
And if the prosecutor said in opening that he went to Burger King because he wanted to eat, and he did eat while driving away, that's not your recollection, right?
No.
Okay. And that's not something you ever told the police, right?
Right.
It's just plain wrong. No, withdrawn. And one of your claims is that on the way to Burger King, and I think that you said that he gets in the car at the clinic and smells
Urine.
and says, Harmony, why do you keep doing that? Why don't you tell us when you have to go?
Yes.
And he got angry outside the clinic
Yes.
and he struck her in the head
Yes.
in front of the clinic,
In the car. Yes.
in the car, right?
Yes.
Where people are going in and out of the clinic.
Yes.
And where at one point somebody had noticed that you left your kids alone in the car and told on you, right?
Yes.
Okay. You said that he was also yelling at her.
Yes.
And you told the jury that she was making weird noises on the way to Burger King.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that there were 3 different events on the way to Burger King, 3 different times that he was maybe at a stoplight or something and would strike her again.
Yes.
And yelling at her.
Yes.
And striking her 3 to 4 times each event.
Yes.
And Harmony's crying.
Yes.
And Declan's crying.
Yes.
And Seamus is crying.
No.
Why not?
Not just because somebody's crying doesn't mean the other one cries.
Adam yelling in the car
Yeah.
not cause Seamus to cry.
No.
And Adam striking Seamus's sister right next to him didn't cause Seamus to cry.
No, he didn't.
And
know what was
Harmony
going
crying
on.
in pain didn't cause Seamus to cry.
No.
Okay. You said the final time that Adam hit Harmony in the head, he said he felt something.
Yes.
That, and I think you claim that Adam said, I think I heard it this time. I did something.
Yes.
And was that in a scared voice?
Yes.
Okay, so Adam thought perhaps he went overboard?
Yes.
And this was pulling into the parking lot at Burger King?
Yes.
And so, being scared, he drives up to the drive-in window.
Yes.
He orders the food that you want.
Yes.
He pays cash.
I don't remember.
Okay. When you spoke to police back in June of 2022, you recalled that he paid in cash.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis?
If we have room.
You know what? Chili 3. There, I was thinking the same thing. I mean, no emotion, none. Like, I just think recalling any of this for me, like, it would just be, it would give me horrific, like, oh. She's just like, yes, no, it's not how that happened. Yeah, like there is no emotion. But I think that's also because she's jacked up on whatever they jacked her up on. You can see it in her. I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't think people should be able to testify like this, but she's definitely not sober. So, which I don't think does the state any favors. I think the way that this would come across to the jury is, I just hope it doesn't affect the outcome. I hope they have more than Kayla. I hope they bring these other people that rented this U-Haul and things like that. So. I mean, I honestly can't believe that the mother would just let her daughter leave that house and saying, I can't put you up. I can't take it. Oh, because then like my landlord's going to say something. What's your landlord going to do? No, you didn't take them in because you couldn't handle it yourself, because it's very difficult. 3 crying chaos. But there's just, as a grandma, as a mother, how do you just let your daughter walk back out that door with her kids and go into a car? Like, I would have been like, listen, you guys can all stay here except for Adam.
This is a good time for a break. I'm going to ask the witness to stay there. We'll take 15 minutes, and then we will resume the testimony. All rise for the jurors, please. Same reminders, ladies and gentlemen. Don't.
All right, they're going to use their morning break here at 10:35 a.m. The jury's going to get a little break.
You may step down. All right, 15 minutes, everybody.
while we are waiting for court to resume. Those of you guys that are still in chat, I'm going to put up, I'm going to share my screen actually, what I'm going to do. And this is the Harmony Montgomery timeline that I'm going to show everybody and go over it so everybody can know what's up. But we have Harmony's birth. We have Harmony from 6 months to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, and then age 7. So I'm going to go through all of this. And I think it'll help people that are following the case better understand this timeline and just truly where Harmony was failed between 2014 and 2021. I plan on doing this at the lunch break. So,
Please be seated. Wait. Attention, please. Party from the matter with Stacy Adam Montgomery. Courtroom 1.
again, welcome back. I'll be going over, again, Harmony's timeline from 2014 to 2021. I'll be going over the police reports and I got myself 2 different investigations that the states did. New Hampshire did one, Massachusetts did one, and we're going to talk about this federal. They want to try to make it a law, but we're going to tell you all what happened within the courts and how Montgomery, Adam Montgomery, got custody of his daughter, who he never ever even saw, but a handful of supervised visits. It's just insanity. But we are back in the courtroom, and Kayla will be back on the stand for cross-examination. As much as we all think Adam is scum, I am very proud of the
Bringing the witness
lawyering that I've seen from the defense attorney. She's been with Adam from the beginning. Trust me, it cannot be easy for her to do and defend somebody like that, and she's just doing her job. So I still believe in giving praise to people when they're. I mean, she has the toughest job, I think, besides the jury.
If everyone's ready, we'll bring in the jurors. Please rise for the jurors, please.
Yeah, Mary, that's what me and Bella have been talking about, that we think that might have been strategy by his lawyers to say don't attend because, we can't have him being disruptive, and it might be 100% a strategy that the defense said, like, not to have him there. So totally, Mary. All right, here we go.
Please be seated.
Right before we took the break, I asked you if you told the interviewers, police or whoever, in June that you thought you paid cash.
Yes.
And you didn't remember, right?
No.
If I showed you a copy of your transcript, I'm going to ask you again to read what you need to, but this will be what I'm asking you about. So you told the police in June 23rd of 2022 that you thought you paid cash.
Yes.
And that would make sense because Adam was doing little things to try and collect cash, right?
Yes.
And you certainly had no money in the bank on your card, right?
No. Right.
So after this panic that you say that Adam feels, goes up to the drive-through, right?
Yes.
And the jury was at the Burger King, and you sort of make a roundabout way into the drive-through, right?
Yes.
And it's wide open there, right?
Yes.
And people are coming in and out of Burger King, right?
Yes.
And you stop at one place to make the order,
Yes.
and you ordered croissants and hash browns,
Yes.
and this was for you and the kids.
Yes.
And then you pull around, turn, and go to where you actually have communication with the live person.
Yes.
And the first thing that you do before you get your food or anything like that is turn over, but Adam is doing it because he's in the driver's seat, right?
Right.
Turning over the cash.
Yes.
Might have been card, but probably not, right?
Right.
You know, do you have a specific recollection now of whether it was cash?
No.
Okay. So assuming cash, but card would be the same, you turn it over to the clerk, right?
Yes.
And then the clerk does what the clerk does with money,
Yes.
and then opens the window again and maybe counts out the change.
Yes.
And Adam would be there with his hand out and change being counted out into his hand, right?
Yes.
And then maybe that change is handed to you so that he can then reach in again for the food.
Yes.
And when the food comes in, he probably takes the bag and gives it to you.
Yes.
And you said that just before that, the Adam was scared because he had been striking Harmony and something different happened.
Yes.
And while he's striking Harmony, the children are screaming.
Yes.
Going in through the Burger King parking lot.
Yes.
Going through the Burger King order spot.
Yes.
And going through the Burger King drive-through.
Yes.
And you did not do anything, as you said, with Harmony.
Right. Right.
She was just laying there in the back.
Yes.
And right there as he drives up to the clerk at the Burger King parking lot.
Yes.
Okay. And you said Harmony is moaning in the back seat?
Yes.
And I don't think you said it, but you were Was it a moan that you understood to be a dying child?
No,
Okay. What was the moan?
I don't know. She was making a noise.
Okay. And you didn't
No emotion.
check on her,
No emotion
Right.
here.
didn't throw a cover on her,
No,
didn't have to turn around and soothe the boys in the back seat to make them quiet.
no. They weren't always crying just because one other kid was crying. They weren't always crying.
But violence, chaos, yelling, and screaming would make them cry.
They never really cried that much.
Okay. Okay. Did you ask to run in and maybe get some extra napkins to clean up the urine on the seat?
No,
With that smell lingering so bad, did you think maybe to ask if Harmony could go in and clean up?
no,
Did you do anything to deal with the smell of urine?
no, because Adam said she could just lay in it.
Okay.
Fuck
All
you.
right.
Adam.
And he was upset with the smell?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I think actually you say that the kids may not have been crying. I think did you tell the police that you thought the kids were sleeping?
Yeah, they didn't really make any noise.
Okay. Kayla, that assault never happened, did it?
Yes, it did.
There she goes.
Okay. Well, you describe physically trying to stop him.
Mhm.
Adam?
Yes.
You describe verbally trying to stop him.
Yes.
Nobody wants a person to strike and hurt,
Where's
A
the
child.
blood?
Right.
especially a 5-year-old child under your care.
Right.
And you cannot allow that to happen. You can't sit by and allow that to happen, right?
Right.
Okay. But you said that you stopped trying to do anything because he looked at you with the face of pure evil.
Yes.
So you just got scared and shut up, right?
Yes.
Because his face was pure evil, right?
Yes.
And pure evil, a person with pure evil is not someone you want to protect.
No.
And a person who is pure evil is not someone that you love.
Well, that's hard to say.
Okay. A person of pure evil is not someone you want raising your children.
Right.
Okay. And you would do anything to get your kids away from pure evil.
Yes.
And even though Harmony was your child, you felt the same about her.
Yes.
She was pretty much your child.
Yes, I helped take care of her.
Okay.
They just got in their care. Like, she didn't even know Harmony. Get the fuck out of here. That's so.
And when you and Adam split up years later, or March of 2021, you wanted him back.
We were both trying to fix our family and get back.
You wanted him back with the family and raising the children.
Right.
Right, that
And
bastard. Yeah, because that's normal.
when you were sitting in your cell thinking about this and reliving it, and you wrote that note about your thoughts about what you wanted, you indicated that the children needed Adam as well as you, right?
Right.
And that's not the face of pure evil, right?
No.
Okay. So You said to the jury Friday, I believe, that you fed the children at the Burger King parking lot?
Yes.
Okay.
We were leaving the parking lot.
As you were leaving the parking lot, you were feeding them?
Yeah, I handed them food.
Okay. Who'd you hand food?
I handed Seamus some food.
Uh-huh.
I handed Declan some food.
Uh-huh.
And I reached behind my seat and was giving Harmony the food, but I just put it down, thinking that she was going to be grabbing it.
Okay. So, do you remember telling the police that you fed the children at the Colonial parking lot?
No,
Okay. Did you feed the children at the Colonial parking lot?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, your car died at the intersection late morning-ish. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And you were at the clinic at 7-ish?
Yes.
Okay, so you were in the Colonial parking lot for a while, right?
Yes.
All right. And you don't recall talking to the police about feeding your children in the back seat at the Colonial?
No.
All right. First of all, before I ask some more questions, set up the situation. Declan is in the car seat by the behind the driver.
No.
You've got Seamus there now,
Yes.
and so you're having Declan in the middle seat,
Yes.
and Harmony is on the passenger side behind you.
Yes.
And Declan is under a year,
Yes.
and you got croissants. What were you feeding Declan?
Pieces of food.
Okay. So you would break off a little piece of hash brown?
Yeah, something. I don't remember what I was feeding him.
And would you hand it to him and make sure he grabbed it?
No.
You just sort of put it back there?
I put it in his mouth.
So you would turn around from the driver's side and put little pieces of food in Declan's mouth?
No.
What?
I reached my arm back and put it in his mouth because he's in the middle.
Okay. And Seamus, okay, so would you turn to reach your arm back and look and make sure you're getting it in his mouth?
I could feel it.
So you reach back with your arm and you feel around for his mouth and put it in?
Yes.
Okay. And then Seamus, you also have to give him small pieces of food, right?
Right.
And with Seamus, you break off a small thing and you give him and make sure he takes it in his hand, right?
Right.
And so you turn around and reach over to Seamus and hand him his piece of food.
I didn't turn around
Okay. Why not?
because I could see him. I
Okay.
just handed it to him like that. He was sitting in the car seat.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
She didn't turn around to feed her kid. These are little babies. What are you talking about? This isn't like a 10-year-old you're
Do
handing
you remember
muffin to.
describing to the police? Oh, and also you
Woman.
said that you took some and you handed it back to Harmony?
I gave a sandwich to her, yes.
You gave a croissant to her?
Yes.
So you bought the croissant for Harmony or for you?
There was 3 of them.
Okay.
There was one for her. And then there was one for Adam and one for me. And the one that I had, I broke apart and gave to the kids.
Okay. And so what'd you do? Put the whole sandwich back there for Harmony?
Yes.
Did you check and see if she was eating it?
No,
Why not?
because I didn't.
Okay. Okay. And Harmony's position while you're doing that, I think she's leaning against her brother beside her.
Yes.
And then sometimes she's leaning up against the door, I think.
Yes.
And you don't check on her.
No.
Don't check and see if she's eating.
No.
But you make sure that you've put the food in Declan's mouth.
Yeah, because they're younger.
Oh. Now she puts the food in the mouth.
So you weren't concerned about Harmony at that point.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay. You feed them directly because they were younger. You don't feed Harmony directly because, or make sure that she's eating. Why?
Because she can open the package and eat it.
Did you hear her open the package?
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay.
It's all lies. I don't believe that Harmony died this way. I'm still not convinced that they didn't sell Harmony. They needed money, right?
And so after that, you went up to Bodero's to get some drugs.
We went to Colonial Village.
Sustained.
Okay. So when you went to Bodero's to get some
Why would
drugs,
you have sustained? She's allowed to weed. What?
Council approach.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, that should have been sustained. All right. So again, why I'm covering this case is due to what it's called ICPC, okay? And broadly, ICPC requires that a state that is sending state into a placement in another state, the receiving state, must request that the receiving state complete a home study report. So Harmony was living in Massachusetts, or was awarded, the state of Massachusetts has Harmony in their care. Now, Adam is in New Hampshire. So you're crossing states. So ICPC. The home study report includes a visit to the home where the child will be placed. Information gathered at meetings with everyone in the home, not everyone in that home, and information from background screenings of relevant persons in that home.
so after you ate, you got some drugs.
I don't remember doing that.
Council
You remember
approach.
having-
Council approach.
Again, sidebar here. The home study is usually done by the Child Protective Agency in the receiving state, so New Hampshire. The receiving state has the authority to approve or deny a caregiver who is the subject of the home study and the placement request based on the information in the home study. If a placement request is approved by a receiving state, then a child may be placed in that home, but there is no legal requirement that the sending state place the child in that home. The sending state is responsible for providing background information about the child, the reason for the placement request, information regarding the relevant caregivers, and any relevant information about ongoing legal cases in the request packet. So again, we have Massachusetts and we have New Hampshire.
Rephrase the question.
And after you ate, you and Adam did some drugs.
Yes.
And you did not ask Bodero to call 911.
No.
You did not ask your friend Bodero to come out to the car to maybe help you while you checked on Harmony.
No.
You did not ask to take Harmony up to Bodero's apartment to maybe clean her up and make sure she was okay.
No.
Okay. And fair to say today you don't know where you got those drugs from?
We were always at Colonial Village where he lived, and he's the one that we got drugs off of.
Okay.
Colonial Village.
And But you do recall actually feeding all 3 children in the back seat, right?
Yes.
And you recall that you were feeding them, and do you recall that you said that you were feeding them with one hand because your other hand was in the bag for your food?
No.
Okay. So let's talk about why you left the Colonial. At that point where eventually the car broke down. Okay. Did you have concerns about Harmony in the car at the time that you left?
No.
Did you look at Harmony at all in the car before you left?
No.
And you said that Adam, struck her God knows how many times.
Yes.
And that she had been crying, and that Adam actually got scared that he had hurt her.
Yes.
And you never checked.
No.
And you described on direct when you were talking to the state that whenever you all were out in public, Harmony would be covered up so no one would see.
Right.
That wasn't quite true, right?
Not in the beginning.
Okay. And not at Burger King.
Yes, she was under the blanket in Burger King.
Okay. Do you recall saying that she had a blanket on her lap
No.
when you were feeding her?
I just knew the blanket was there.
And that you put little pieces of food on her blanket that was on her lap to feed her?
No. I don't remember putting pieces of food on her lap.
Sort of toss back a sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had no concerns about Harmony?
No.
You said that she was moaning before she was at Burger King?
Yeah.
And you said that she was moaning after Burger King?
Yes.
And that moaning had you concerned?
Yes.
But you didn't check?
No.
And I think you just said because you weren't concerned.
No, I am concerned. I was concerned.
Okay. And you didn't check on her?
No.
And Adam, you described as being scared that he would hurt her, had hurt her.
Yes.
And where did you go from? Where were you going from the village?
I don't remember where we were going. I don't remember if we were going to figure out how to get money to get more drugs. I don't remember what we were doing. I don't
Okay.
remember why we left.
Okay. So that if this were true, then Adam would be driving around with a critically injured child in the back seat in public.
Right.
And it would have been a pretty important place to have to go for him to take that sort of risk of driving around with a critically injured child in the back seat.
He didn't care.
Okay. And you did or did not?
I felt like I had no say.
Okay.
Anytime I said something, I'd get yelled at.
Okay.
But not be.
And then
Who cares if you get yelled at? Who gives a fuck about getting yelled at?
you say that at the intersection. By the way, what drugs did you do that day?
I remember doing heroin or fentanyl.
Okay.
I mean, doing
I don't
fentanyl.
remember if we did that or not.
You just order
Okay.
fentanyl.
So when you said on
What do you-
direct that it was
Fentanyl's in the shit that you did.
heroin and crack. That's not what you recall.
I don't remember doing both or not.
But you do recall heroin and fentanyl.
Yes.
Okay. And
She's walking her through this timeline. Okay. I think the defense attorney is also trying to help bump her off of her deal. So the defense attorney is trying to make it so that her deal is that if she lies, the deal's off the table that she has.
so we discussed timing with the Colonial at 7, and then
So cheering this defense attorney
breakdown
on
late morning, right?
can prevent her from
So you were at the Colonial for a few hours.
this deal.
We were at the clinic at 7.
And then Burger King, and then the Colonial.
Yes.
And so you were at the Colonial parking lot for a few hours or a couple of hours before you left for wherever it was you were going.
I don't think we were there that long.
Do you recall the tow truck driver, do you recall
Tow truck. How did you
going
think
back
tow?
to the intersection and the tow truck driver was there?
The car breaks
Are you talking
down.
about after the car broke down?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So it's the same day?
Yes, I remember when we got brought back.
No.
Okay. And that was like after 12:30 or so, right?
Yeah, something like
Who
that.
picked
And
up?
how long did it take you to walk to Mr. Vadero's from the car?
I don't know. It felt like a long walk. I don't remember how long.
Okay. Okay.
This is an interesting thing.
Uh,
This is timeline right here. This is pretty bomb. So the car breaks down. They're all in it. She's saying
so
around
let's see.
12:30 that day. Who's all in the car?
In that time that you were in the Colonial parking area on the 6th prior to the car breaking down, Harmony was in the car, but she was dead, right?
No. This is
Facts, not in evidence.
Yes.
Approach. Okay, boom. This is where we're getting at. I said it on Friday. I said it on Thursday. I said it since we've been covering this case. I said none of this timeline makes sense. We're missing so much time, all these gaps. Who's going to tighten it up?
Sorry. Harmony was on the 7th between your 7 o'clock
Methadone appointment.
session at the clinic, dosage at the clinic, to Burger King, to the parking lot, to using drugs, to late morning driving away.
yes.
Harmony was dead in the car, right?
Not throughout that whole time.
Pardon?
Not throughout the whole time.
She was actually in the trunk of the car, right?
What?
What?
Yes.
Were you and Adam planning or trying to figure out what you could do with Harmony because she had died?
No, that didn't happen yet.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Keep
So,
Didn't make any sense.
somewhere important, you had to go with Harmony in the car, and you break down at the intersection, right? The car
I didn't
does.
have anywhere important to go.
breakdowns.
Okay. So at the intersection, there's Webster
Okay, here we
and
go.
Elm Street, right?
Yes.
Elm Street is a big road, 4-lane.
Yes.
4-lane in the sense that it has turning lanes, right?
Yes.
And Webster is smaller, 2-lane.
Okay.
Well, it was still 2 lanes where we were. Yeah.
And then it changes. And so you were on Webster getting ready to get onto Elm Street.
Okay.
I don't remember which way we were going,
You don't? We're,
but I knew we were at the light. At
okay.
the light. First car at the light.
First car at the light.
So you don't know if you were in the 4-lane part or the 2-lane part of Elm Street or the 2-lane part of Webster?
We were right on Webster at the light.
Okay.
Okay.
And
On Webster.
the light turns green and the car doesn't go.
Right.
Okay.
And there are cars around you
Yes.
honking,
Yes.
looking at you.
No, they were just figuring out why the car was there. We had to keep telling them to drive around.
Okay. So you and Adam are sort of waving them around,
Yes.
or you're waving them around?
I was waving them around to go around the car.
Okay. And
Okay.
Adam, I think you said got the duffel bag out of the trunk,
Yes.
because the duffel bag was in the trunk, right?
Yes.
And Harmony's body was in that duffel bag already.
No.
Overruled.
Oh, yes, overruled. Answer it.
You tell Adam, well, I think Adam asked you what to do, right?
Yes.
This is a pretty bad situation, right?
Dead kid in the
With
car.
Harmony in the car like she was.
Yes.
And Adam asked you what to do.
Right.
And you tell him that you should.
Yes.
Oh, sidebar. Okay, here we go. See, the state covered none of this. They didn't go into detail about anything. It was little spats. I was like, how can anybody follow this? Now this is what we have. We have a 7 a.m. methadone clinic appointment. Then we go to Burger King. Then we go to a parking lot. Then that's with the Colonial. Then we go and do our drugs. It's a late morning drive. We're looking at like 12:30ish, just afternoon. Now we have some type of a timeline with now the car breaks down in the middle of the intersection of Webster and Elm Street. They're the first car at the light on Webster, and the car turns green, or the light turns green, the car's about to go, but it doesn't go. Now, holy shit, what she's trying to get out of this is okay, where's Harmony? And are you guys not in a pure panic because people are going to come to the car and they're going to see what your 2 kids in the back plus the 3rd kid who is where underneath the comforter lying dead from just getting a beating. Was she still alive still then? But more importantly, they talk about that they have to walk somewhere. How do they walk?
So you tell
With
Adam that
Harmony.
Sustained.
You tell Adam that's okay.
We'll approach if you want to approach.
Yep, she wants to talk about how she was gonna phrase this. So right before they started doing the timeline, she talked about that she had a walk and it felt like forever. Who walked? All of them? One of them to go get the help. The other one stayed with the kids, with the car. Let me tell you something. Towing vehicles, you have to pay for that. So usually people call if they can get help. Okay, we have to get the car towed because we can't get it started. Again, I want to hear how all of this plays out right here. And what the defense attorney is trying to get out is, where was Harmony? Because what she's trying to, I think, show is that either Harmony isn't dead yet, or she was alone with Harmony. And if she was alone with Harmony, not dead yet, well, let's see what
And at that intersection, you all pack up and go to Badero's, right?
With the stroller.
And that was your idea.
No,
Stroller.
It wasn't?
no.
How do you pack up and go to the
I'm going to
Barrows?
refer you to, I'm going to approach first, Your Honor.
So when they got out of the clinic, he gets in the car. It smells like pee. He starts hitting Harmony at the red lights and at the clinic. The red lights on the way to Burger King. And was hitting her the night before at 2 a.m. Adam is not in the courtroom.
I'm going to show you a copy. The transcript of your June 3rd interview.
Okay, so she's going to show her June 3rd interview with detectives from 2023.
And ask you again to review a portion of it, and I'm going to ask you a question, and that is the area.
Okay.
And you told Adam that you should go to Badero's, right?
I asked him if we should.
Okay. So it was your idea. Right?
Yeah.
And you gathered, Adam grabbed a duffel bag from the trunk.
Yes.
You got your purse and stuff from the trunk.
No, my purse was not in the trunk.
Okay. So you got your purse and you got some stuff from the trunk. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You got some diapers for the kids,
How are they
Yes.
wearing diapers?
and you couldn't take too much with you because you were walking with all the kids to Mr. Badero's.
Right.
And you can't wait around for any kind of help because you have to get Harmony's body away from that car as soon as you can.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about discovering that Harmony was dead. I think on direct, you said that Adam opened the door and said something like, baby girl, wake up, or wake up, baby girl.
Yeah, when did that happen?
And she wasn't moving.
Right.
And that's when he popped open the trunk, you said.
The trunk wouldn't open.
It did eventually, though, right?
We moved the car seat out of the car so that he could move the seat to get into the trunk.
Okay. And
That's very descriptive. That's a very interesting.
Adam
moment.
checked her breathing.
He was just trying to wake her and she wouldn't wake up.
Okay. Do you remember Adam saying that Adam put his hand over her heart?
No.
And
None of these people graduated high
So
school.
that didn't
by the
happen? You
way.
don't have a recollection of
I think
Adam
Adam has a
putting his hand
GED.
over her
If
heart?
you
No, I don't.
Okay. But you did tell the police that in June of 23rd that he put his hand over her heart to check her.
He was checking her, but she wasn't waking up.
Okay, so he did put his hand over her heart to check her.
He tried waking her up. I don't remember the hand on the heart.
Okay.
fucking normal.
Do you remember telling the police on June of 2023 that he checked her breathing and like put his hand on her heart?
No.
She reminds
Okay, I'm
me
gonna
of
show you.
Amber Heard's attorney.
Yes, yes.
It's weird.
Copy of that same transcript, okay? And ask you to review that paragraph there, okay?
I still don't remember that, but I can see that I said that, but I don't remember it happening.
Okay. But what you told the police back in June of 2023, you were telling them as if it was a memory, right?
Right.
So either it wasn't a memory or that memory is gone.
I don't remember.
And you also checked Harmony, and she wasn't breathing.
Right.
You checked her neck and you checked her wrists,
Yeah.
and you were looking for a pulse.
Yeah.
Must have been panicking.
Yeah.
Did you do that before or after you were waving cars around?
After.
Okay. So after you have checked Harmony, you're saying that you went to the back of the car and you're sort of moving, waving cars around to get them around your car.
Yeah.
Okay. And how long did you do that?
Until we got the stuff out of the car that we needed to get out.
Okay, so are you doing that while Adam is getting stuff out of the car?
No, we're both on each side of the car doing the same thing, trying to get stuff out.
Which side of the car were you on?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you claim that as these cars are going around and beeping and everything, that Adam put Harmony into a duffel bag.
Yes.
And the four of you walked to Colonial Village.
Right.
Now, on direct, you said that you never saw Harmony bleed.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay. Did you ever see blood on her?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And you told the police that while Adam was throwing stuff in the back and cleaning the car, that, you told the police that Adam was putting stuff in the bag and cleaning the car, right?
After.
After what?
After we got to Anthony's and he brought us back to the car to get stuff out
Uh-huh.
and he cleaned it.
Okay. And you said that he cleaned the back seat because he had blood on his hands from hitting Harmony.
I don't remember.
Yes.
All right, again, they're at a sidebar here. So my question right here is, I thought when they got back to the car that it was towed, so maybe they were able to go back, grab more things, clean it out, and then they left again. And then when they came back another time, the car was gone because it was towed, which would be not at the owner's expense then. It was in an area that usually they give you some time to, get your dealings with your vehicle.
You were asked what Adam was cleaning, and you said that the back seat because he had blood on his hands from hitting Harmony, right?
I don't remember that day of him doing that. I just remember cleaning the car after.
Okay. I'm going to ask you the questions, and then we'll do some more. You said that Harmony had a bloody nose, and he had blood on his hands from hitting her, and he was wiping the seat with a napkin, right?
Overruled.
Bloody nose now.
I don't remember it that day that she passed away that was happening.
Okay. And you were asked if Badero said anything about Adam's bloody hand, right?
Not that day.
Okay, I'll go through. And you said no, he had already cleaned up his hands because that event, the bloody nose thing, happened days before, right?
Ooh.
Right?
And you were asked more about whether Harmony had blood on her that day,
Right.
and you said you saw dried blood on her face, right?
Right.
And you said that that was the day the car broke down that you saw dried blood on her face.
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to go through the transcript and ask about some of those other things that you didn't remember and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Approach.
All right, so what she's referring to when she's asking these questions as to when she said this, she's like, this is what you told the police. This is what you've also said different times that you've taken the stand. So but right now she's really honing in on what she told the police / attorney general / prosecutor, because those meetings were all recorded except for one of them. One of them was not recorded, which I think is fucking crazy. Okay, like wow. And so when the defense attorney asked her at the beginning of today, she was saying the state had you down, they met with you, then they called you back because they were questioning maybe something that you said. And so they're trying to get you to recall your memory. And so when the state was like reviewing then the stuff that she said and trying to see how it would fit in this timeline, obviously stuff wasn't making sense, gaps missing.
Again, it's that transcript from June 23rd.
June 23rd, 2023. June 3rd or June 23rd? I think it's June 3rd.
Ask you to review portions of that transcript, and I'm going to show you 229 down to all of 229 and 230.
Earlier she said it was the 3rd, so I'm curious on that. But either way, this is when they were meeting with her. And see, they're trying to get her to recall things. They're asking her questions. And see, when you tell the police, I don't remember. I don't remember. You guys, these are people that were hyped up on drugs all the fucking time. Like, so the state getting her, it does no good when you're asking somebody who truly does not remember, and it would make sense that they don't remember because they are fucked up all the time. And if something like this was an all the time like occurrence of the hitting, and like this is like the routine every day. When you're doing the same thing all the time, you can forget what days. Think about your life. So this was their norm. Beating on her was their norm. Driving around, scoring drugs, living in that car for like that period of time. Everything that they did in those days of living in that car, it was all the same shit. The thing I have a problem with is when a car already smells like piss and shit, okay, it's that constant smell. So anybody pissing and shitting, once a car already smells like that, you don't notice that and start freaking out. It would.
So, you did tell the police that Harmony had a bloody nose and had blood on it. He had blood on his hands and was wiping the seat with a napkin.
Yeah, but that happened days before. That happened before she died.
Sure. But the wiping was on when the tow truck driver was there?
Yeah, when we went back to the car,
Okay.
I remember cleaning.
Okay. And it was for the blood that was on the car?
I don't remember what it was for. Adam just wanted to clean it.
Okay. But you recalled that
What did you clean it with?
you did see blood.
Where did you get this
You said
clean?
on Harmony's face,
Yeah.
right? And it was that day, right?
Yes.
And where you saw Adam cleaning was around the area that Harmony was sitting, right?
Right.
And you said that Adam had blood on his face that day? I mean, on his fist that day?
Yeah, on his hand.
And that Harmony had blood on her face?
Dried blood, yeah.
Right. But not from days before. Are you saying she had dried blood from days before?
Yeah, she had dry blood on her face.
From days before?
Yeah.
And you never cleaned her face for days?
No, you just kept her under the blanket.
Okay. Now you said Friday, that you and Adam had talked about what to do together. Is that right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that you sort of came together with the plan to say that Adam had taken Harmony to her mother's.
That's what Adam told me to say, yes.
Okay. I am going to switch over now to when you go to fit. Okay?
When you go where?
Which time?
With Adam, Declan, and Seamus
Okay.
Oh,
in the
family.
body of Harmony.
Okay.
This is the family
And
shelter.
so
Family in transition
Adam
fit.
no longer had a car after
Oh, this is what
December 7th, right?
I did my deep dive on this.
And he no longer had the freedom to drive wherever he wanted to, right?
Right.
And when he drove, there would be somebody else in the car, right? He would be driving someone else's car, right? And sometimes he drove Badero's car, right?
That was way before.
Okay. And you still didn't have any money, right?
Right.
And from 2 days in Badero's car, you go to your mother's.
Right.
And I think you actually go to an aunt's or something, and from there, your mother comes over and gets you off.
Yes.
And you could only stay for a very limited time.
Yes.
She might get in trouble with her landlord.
Yes.
And so you were trying to get into the shelter.
Yes.
And you worked and applied and everything like that for the shelter.
Yes.
Would you walk over there to do that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So you, Adam, and the kids would walk over to the shelter to apply for shelter there.
We walked to city welfare.
Okay. And would you, Adam, and the kids be in the office all together making the application?
When we filled out the application, yes.
Okay.
And then I saw the case manager. I don't remember if we were together or if it was just me.
Okay. Now, when you you told the jury that it fit, you had taken the duffel bag from the ceiling.
Overruled.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you need to because I want a sidebar. Okay, so I was doing a ton of research on this weekend and Friday evening about the fit shelter because they tried to get. I listened to the time that Adam, the one time that Adam did talk to investigators. I listened to that interview when he was being interrogated, questioned, whatever they want to call it. But when they would have went to this family shelter and you're going to be filling out paperwork, did you put down that you had 2 kids? Did you put down that you had all 3? How many? So it would be like on record how many kids and the 2 parents, because this is like a family place. It's 11 separate rooms, kind of like a hotel, but you have 11 different rooms for like these families. So each family has its own room with a bathroom. And when you had to fill out the paperwork, how are you filling that out? Okay. Because right then and there, if they're filling out the paperwork and they're saying that Harmony is not with them,
I didn't realize I had said it.
where is
Adam
it we're going?
took
Like,
the
does it
duffel
go to,
bag down from the ceiling, right?
Yes.
And Adam was the one that put the duffel bag in the ceiling in the first place, right?
Yes.
And you said that he took the duffel bag down from the ceiling and had it in the shower for hours.
Had it in the bathroom. Yes.
Oh, was there a shower there?
Yes.
And did he have it in the shower for hours?
I don't remember.
Okay. Okay. And from the bathroom, where did it go?
To the closet.
In what?
Trash bag.
Okay. And then what?
CMC bag.
Okay. So it went from the bathroom into a trash bag, one of those big black things.
Yes.
And from there, it goes into the closet. For how long?
I don't know, a day or two.
Okay. And there, the trash bag and Harmony's body goes in the CMC bag?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you identified Exhibit 85 as pretty much a duplicate of the bag that you got from CMC, right?
Yes.
And this is a bag that's given when you give birth at CMC, right?
Yes.
And it's for diapers and carrying things around for your children, right?
Yes. Diaper bag.
Pardon?
Diaper bag.
Okay. And from the CMC bag with the trash bag and Harmony's body,
Yes.
where does it go?
To Portland Pie.
Okay. And then where?
To Union Street.
How?
In a tote.
Okay.
Portland Pie.
From where to where did it go to Union Street? Where did it get in the tote?
From the shelter.
So how did the CMC bag get back to the shelter?
It came back from Adam's work.
Yeah.
To
Okay.
the shelter.
Who brought it back?
Adam.
Okay. Who brought it to Portland Pie?
I did.
Okay. So
That's not what you testified to last week.
are you saying that it's in the CMC? There's a body and a trash
Wait,
bag in the
excuse
CMC
me?
bag in the tote
Not in the tote at the time.
when you go to Union?
When we go to Union, yes.
Okay. And
She brought Adam that bag without anybody in it.
so you told,
Come on, you have her here.
okay. So you take the tote, you take the CMC bag, but not the tote, to Portland Pie. Not the plastic, right?
I'm confused.
So am I. I'll back up. Sorry.
I would, yeah, that
To
is
reorient ourselves, at some point, you say that Adam takes the body down from the ceiling tiles.
Yes.
okay.
And it's because there's a smell.
Yes.
And it's because other people in FIT are concerned about the smell.
Yes.
And you all are concerned that somebody might be checking the place to find out about the smell
Yes.
because you've heard the complaints
Yes.
and you're scared.
Yes.
And I think you said Adam takes Harmony's body down into the bathroom
Yes.
and takes her body out of the duffel bag
Yes.
and puts her body in a trash bag
Yes.
and puts the trash bag in the closet.
In the CMC bag in the closet.
Okay. So from the bathroom, is her body put in the CMC bag?
In the trash bag. The trash bag's in the CMC bag.
And that all happens in the bathroom.
Yes.
And then you said, I believe on direct, that Adam tells you to take the CMC bag to Portland Pie.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
He had asked me to bring her body in the CMC bag to his work at Portland Pie
When?
while we were at the shelter.
Was it right after you say that he put the body in the CMC bag?
Yes.
So like the next day?
I don't remember if it was the next day or a couple of days.
Okay. And where was he when he did this? Was he in the shelter with you saying, bring this body to me?
Yes.
So he's in the shelter with you and at some point goes to work
Yes.
and has told you to bring this CMC bag to work.
Yes.
Why didn't he just take the CMC bag?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Okay. So you have 2 kids and a stroller, right?
Yes.
And so tell me about those arrangements, getting the seat, and you take the seat, all of that to Portland Pie.
Yes.
Tell me about how you did that.
It was a double stroller. So I had one kid in the front and there's a basket underneath, and I put the CMC bag in the basket, and then the other kid was on the other side, on the other seat.
How?
Okay. So you take the CMC bag out of the closet and put it on the stroller?
Yes.
And is that inside fit or outside fit that you loaded on the stroller?
Inside.
And then you get your kids arranged
Yes.
as well inside.
Yes.
And then you
How do
walk
you get,
down the street. And I think you said it took about 15 minutes or so.
Yes.
And
It's
you
actually
are
pretty
walking
close.
with your children and the body of Harmony in a CMC bag to Portland Pie.
Yes.
And why? Why was it going there? Did you know?
They asked me to do it.
Okay. You didn't say anything, ask him why or anything?
He said he was doing it so that the smell wouldn't be at the shelter.
Okay. Did you tell him he should take it with him?
No, he called me when he was at work and told me to bring it.
Okay. So he didn't tell you to do that while he was at FIT.
He was thinking about it, but I didn't think he was really going to do that.
how did they call each
Okay.
other?
So he mentioned it at FIT, but then calls you from Portland Pie and says, come on down.
Yes.
Okay. And then you have a place at Union Street, right?
Yes.
And somehow the body has returned to FIT
Yes.
before you move to Union Street.
Yes.
And you don't know how.
Adam brought it back.
Did you see him bring it back?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember if it came back. Yeah, because we had to bring it to the apartment.
Okay, and you brought it? The CMC bag in a plastic storage container, right?
Yes.
And you went to the Union Avenue apartment, and again, you have a stroller with your 2 sons,
Yes.
and now it is a plastic container that is on the stroller.
Yes.
Okay. And it wasn't a plastic container on the stroller when you went to Portland Pie.
No.
Okay. And when you got to Portland Pie, you and Adam put the body in a refrigerator?
It was his job,
Okay.
so he did.
That was his job. It was
His
to
job
handle.
was at Portland Pie.
Okay.
So he took the CMC bag inside and he said he put it in the freezer.
I'm sorry. I meant to be asking about Union Street, and I know that I misstate sometimes. So at Union Street, you're on a 2nd floor,
Yes.
and you sign the lease and everything like that. And Adam brings the body upstairs,
Yes.
and the CMC bag is put in the refrigerator?
It's in the tote.
Okay.
When we were walking to Union Street, the bag was in the tote. He brought the tote upstairs and put it in the closet.
Okay. And from the closet, it went to the refrigerator?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier, before I was specifically going over your activities at FIT and Union and Portland Pie, I had talked to you about a conversation that you had with Detective Dunleavy after the June 3rd interview, right?
Yes.
And you said that you had gone up to him and said that you had forgotten to tell him during the June 3rd interview that you had taken the diaper bag from the freezer and walked with it in the stroller to meet Adam at the back of Portland Pie. That's what
Right.
you told Detective Dunleavy, right?
Right.
And that you said the bag was there for 1 to 2 weeks, and then it was brought back to the Union Street apartment, right?
Right.
Okay. A little bit different from what you've just described, right?
Right. But I remember bringing it to his job from the shelter.
Yeah, I would approach on this because, okay, so I wanted to look up, I knew they didn't have a car. I had heard that he had gotten this job based off of the direct examination. So I looked up Portland Pie. What I noticed is I thought it was,
I look for what we consider to be natural breaking points. This sounds like one of them. So we are we're gonna break for lunch. So I'm gonna ask you to come back in an hour. So come back at 1 o'clock, please.
all right, so they're gonna be back at 1 Eastern. So what I was saying here is that I believe Portland Pie, they closed their doors abruptly at the beginning, like March 1st. There was an article in this paper that I was able to obtain an online notice. So they closed their doors, Portland Pie, March 1st was the article, 2020. And I just thought that was interesting. They moved into Union Street Apartments, I believe February 20th, 2020. So within 8 days. COVID doesn't hit until closing stuff down until March 13th to 19th, depending on where you live in the country. They let us get in St. Patrick's Day here in Columbus. So we were able to go out for St. Patrick's Day, but I'm going to go ahead and show you guys something. Literally Portland Pie to where the shelter was, it's on like the same street. You just walk down the road. It's a 5 to 6 minute walk. It's literally really, really close. And so he obtained a job there. And so it would have been Kayla and the kids at that shelter. He would have a phone at work to just use a work phone. But them being able to communicate, so they had like a phone as well. Kayla would have had to, unless the shelter place has a phone in your room. I'll look into that. But I want to point out a couple things here. Share screen back to this. This timeline. Harmony was born, like I said, June 7th, 2014. And DCF, Haverville is the area where they were living. They received the 3 separate reports alleging that Crystal, that's Miss Sori's, neglect of Harmony. So DCF Haverville office starts to investigate, supports the allegations when they investigated, and opens the family for services. Mr. Montgomery at the time, he is in prison. Okay. So then while they're doing this investigation, August 2014, just like I said, 2 months, just like the foster mom testified to, Harmony is removed from the care and custody of Crystal due to the parental substance use and placed in foster care. Then from Harmony being 6 months to age 1, let me make this clearer and just a tad bit bigger for you. There we go. January 2015, so from from August 2014 until January 2015, Harmony meets Mr. Montgomery for the first time in prison, supervised by DCF. Immediately following this visit, she is returned to the care of Crystal, but remains in the custody of DCF. Okay, so this will be when she's returning back to Crystal. And then April 2015, Harmony is removed from the care of Crystal for the second time. And back and living with the same foster mom. July 2015, Harmony would be 1 here. This is when she turns about 1. Harmony visits with Mr. Montgomery for the second time in prison, supervised DCF. So he has ever met and seen his daughter 2 times in prison. Mr. Montgomery in September is released from prison and moves to New Hampshire. Okay. April 2016, Harmony has been in foster care for up to 1 year at that time when she was taken here. Okay, so this would make Harmony almost turning 2 once it becomes June. So September 2016, Mr. Montgomery initiates contact with DCF for the first time since his release from prison in September 2015. So he waits a whole year to initiate contact to try to talk to, and meet Harmony again. Let's see. Harmony would have been 2 here. October 2016, Harmony visits with Mr. Montgomery for the 3rd time in her life, supervised DCF. Okay. February 2017, she's about 2.5. After visiting with Harmony once a month for 5 months, Mr. Montgomery stops responding to DCF's efforts to schedule further supervised visits. So for those 6 months here, October 2016 to February 2017, after visiting with Harmony once a month for 5 months, Mr. Montgomery stops responding to DCF's efforts, so no more contact. Then March of 2017, after 2 years in foster care, Harmony is returned to the care of Crystal for the 2nd time. Harmony remains in the custody, though, of DCF, but she returned to her care. Now September, so she's 3 in a couple months here, Harmony. After a 7-month lapse, Mr. Montgomery, this is Adam, contacts DCF. DCF immediately provides him with a supervised visit with Harmony. Okay. January 2018, Harmony would be 3.5 years old. Harmony is now 3.5 years old and is removed from the care of Crystal for the 3rd time due to parental substance abuse. Okay. Mr. Montgomery resumes DCF supervised visits with Harmony. He had not visited with her in 11 months and only 9 times in her life at this point when she's about to be turning 4. So look at that. 9 times. Everything supervised. January 2019. So 6 months from here to here. We don't have any, she's with her foster parent there to here. So January 2019, Mr. Montgomery is visiting constantly with Harmony, supervised by DCF, between August 2018 and January 2019. So during that 6 months, he and Harmony visit approximately 11 times. So it's almost like 2 times a month. That would be from August to January. All right. Now, February 2019, they go to court because Adam was trying to get custody. A juvenile court judge awards Mr. Montgomery custody of Harmony. 1 week later, Mr. Montgomery took Harmony from Massachusetts to New Hampshire, and the DCF involvement ended. Now, I'm going to show you guys. What is an ICPC? As a legally binding agreement between all states, the ICPC ensures that children enjoy a uniform set of protections and benefits regardless of which state they are moving to or from. Another critical function of the ICPC is to ensure that the person or entity that places a child out of state retains legal and financial responsibility for the child after the placement occurs. This directly benefits children by eliminating any question of who is ultimately responsible for the child's well-being and for meeting the child's needs following placement. The ICPC also protects the interests of states by ensuring that individual states are not put in the position of having to take on the legal and financial burden of caring for children placed within their borders from other states. The ICPC is a statutory agreement that has been entered into all 50 U.S. states as well as Washington, D.C. and the U.S. Virgin Islands. This agreement consists of 10 articles and 12 regulations. The agreement governs the permanent placement of children over the border from one another. So at the time, Crystal and the foster mother are living, they're in Massachusetts, okay? Well, Adam is in New Hampshire. So in order for you to take a child from one state to another state, this is what ICPC is. The agreement governs the permanent placement of children over the border from one state into another state. The purpose of ICPC is to ensure that children who are placed out of state are cared for by safe caregivers in an environment that meets the child's needs. Placement under this agreement covers a wide range of scenarios that further is discussed below. The ICPC is necessary because an individual state laws are applicable only within that state borders. So this is what ends up happening. Let's talk about Adam for a second here. Mr. Montgomery was incarcerated in Massachusetts when Harmony was born. Okay. In 2014. And he was released from incarceration in September of 2015. Immediately upon release from incarceration, Mr. Montgomery Adam returned to his home state of New Hampshire, where he continued to reside. Harmony lived in Massachusetts, either in the care of her mother or in foster care. from when she was born in 2014 to 2019. In February of 2019, she, Harmony, was placed in the custody of Mr. Montgomery in New Hampshire. This was the first time she had ever lived with Mr. Montgomery and the first time she had ever lived in New Hampshire. In 2014, Harmony was placed in the custody of DCF and remained in DCF custody until 2019 when Mr. Montgomery was awarded custody by a judge in the juvenile court. In 2019, when the juvenile court judge awarded custody to Mr. Montgomery, Harmony moved across state lines from DCF in Massachusetts to her father in New Hampshire. There is a federal statutory agreement that governs some aspects of how children legally move across state borders. This agreement is called Interstate Compact on the Placement of Children, ICPC. The purpose, content, and role of ICPC is explained in this appendix in general terms. Now, how does Regulation 3 apply to Harmony? Because there's 12 regulations. Well, from the report, take a look. So this was a 92-page investigation. I took little pieces that I wanted to trickle to my audience because if we're going to talk about something, I think it's really important to be knowledgeable on the situation if you're going to discuss it. So how does Regulation 3 apply to Harmony? Mr. Montgomery had been found in 2015 to be an unfit parent, though he was found by the court to be currently fit in February 2019. And the Massachusetts Juvenile Court had ordered an expedited ICPC and thus had sought information from New Hampshire about the suitability of the potential placement of Harmony with her father. So this was expedited. This is very, very interesting to me. Why? What was the reason for this being expedited? So according to the text of Regulation 3 of the ICPC did apply to Harmony's case and would have been required to place her in the care of her father in New Hampshire. However, in February 2019, the judge in Harmony's case determined that Regulation 3 was unconstitutional. In that it placed undue barriers on the constitutional rights of fit parents to have their children in their care. This judge, okay, this is a position and understanding of the law that is shared by other states, notably one that is shared by the courts in New Hampshire. In ruling that Regulation 3, when applied to Harmony's situation, was unconstitutional, the judge determined that the ICPC was not required for Harmony to be placed in the care of her father in New Hampshire. Again, what has to happen when you get this ICPC? Right here. Broadly, the ICPC requires that a state that is sending a child into a placement in another state, the receiving state must request the receiving state complete a home study report. The home study report includes a visit to the home where the child will be placed, information gathered at meetings with everyone in the home, and information from background screenings of relevant persons in the home. The home study is usually done by the Child Protective Agency in the receiving state. So this judge was like, do you not know Adam's, his record? Like, they were going to the methadone clinic. Why wouldn't you, how could this be overburdensome that anybody should have to, if they, if you're in the care of somebody, I'm not just going to hand you over. Just that would apply to like even like a babysitter, like anybody. Like I want to make sure that you're all good. Like, and here, this judge was the one that said, no, we don't have to do this. This is unconstitutional for a fit parent. And so this part didn't happen. Now, back over here. Again, the judge determined that the ICPC was not required for Harmony to be placed in the care of her father in New Hampshire. Had the judge determined that Regulation 3 was not unconstitutional, it is unclear how long the family would have had to wait for that expedited ICPC. As the DCF case management team continued to be unable to compel additional information from Mrs. Montgomery's service provider, which was the apparent missing information that New Hampshire required to process the ICPC. Let me tell you something. When I went ahead and looked into this a little bit closer, they had nobody was keeping, like, I want the foster mom recalled as a witness, because I'm going to put up other things that show that, Massachusetts failed Harmony in the beginning because she should have never been going back and forth between Crystal and the foster mom like that. Like, okay, within 2 months of her being born, she's taken out of Crystal's care. Then they have her for, 4 months. Then she's back with Crystal. I mean, and then she's, out in Crystal's care for, another 6 months. Then now that's trauma. Then the foster mom has her for, a whole year. But I'm going to even get more specific. They went to court and the defense. So nobody ever pressed the issue to object to Adam Montgomery getting custody of Harmony. The state had no objections to stuff. We're going to get all into that. This is absolutely wild to me. Absolutely wild. Like I said, there's a 92 to 98 page report, one of the investigations. When I say a report, it's an investigation that they had to conduct, and it was finalized in March of 2022. And I have all the pages. I can go through that here on this channel for people to see the highlighted issues that I think are, because we can bypass some of the stuff because it's repetitive. But this is absolutely crazy. And then, if you guys remember, so truly take a look at this. Now, I went ahead and Harmony goes and is with Adam. Yep, expediter you guys can just come pick her up. So boom, right here, February 2019. A juvenile court judge awards Mr. Montgomery custody of Harmony. 1 week later, Adam took Harmony from Massachusetts to New Hampshire, and the DCF involvement ended. Now, all the way November of 2021, Crystal contacts the Manchester, New Hampshire police to report she has not seen Harmony since April 2019, 2.5 years prior, because she had done a Easter, which Easter fell on like April 21st that year. They did a FaceTime visit. That was the last time that she saw her daughter. Okay. So then now November of 2021 is when Crystal contacts the Manchester, New Hampshire police. Now, I want to back on up. She moves in sometime in February 2019. This house went into foreclosure, okay? And into that position due to the fact of Adam Montgomery's mom. So this is 77 Guilford Street. They stopped paying their bills on that house and the mortgage and stuff like that. It takes a minute to get into a foreclosure and then into an eviction. That stuff does not happen overnight. It takes a minute. And what they mean by that is that you have to go at least 90 days without making a mortgage payment. Then they're going to contact you. Then they give you another 30-day grace period, depending on what papers you're filing and stuff like that. Then the eviction process takes a minute. So with everybody that I've talked to that's in the industry of selling homes, real estate, working for the state with foreclosures, that house to be foreclosed on, eviction, squatting, and getting everybody out, that takes like a year. And so what it kind of told me is that family, Helen, who's the grandmother to Adam, Kevin, that's his mom, the people that were living in that house, they all knew back in January of 2019, February 2019, March 2019, April, May, June, there was no bills being paid. Helen and another woman bought this house, put $3,000 down in 2016, almost in 2017. Yeah, if you filed bankruptcy, you could kick it out hella long. So what's really, really frustrating for me is that house was going to shit well before Harmony was living there. And the people that, remember what I said? I said, whoever helped Adam get custody by jazzing up the place if they were to pretend or look like this. Guess what? That wasn't needed because of that judge saying, no, you know what? We don't got to do anything like this. This is unconstitutional. You are free. You're her dad. You want to have her. We see you as a fit parent. Go pick her up. Okay. What? So let's look at some of these calls because this is wild. Right here, 7/7. So a month after her birthday, 2019. Kayla calls because she invited a friend over, Alex, but Alex didn't leave and he won't leave and they were just getting high. They come and they get his ass out of there. 3 days later, July, 10th, Sebastian calls. He was one of the neighbors. He calls and he says that a male and a female fighting inside the house. Caller can hear banging and screaming and the kids. Then he saw the female leave the house. The male went after her saying, get back in here. So they changed it from being in assault in progress to domestic in progress. Now, female left the house and male began yelling. We are unsure that these are the body cams we're trying to obtain. August 5th, let me make that clear. August 5th. Check condition of subject. Neighbor concerned about young child living at this address. It says young child, not children, child living at this address. Said she thinks the parents are squatting there and have no electricity, just a small generator, and there is trash everywhere. She is concerned for the child and asked that we check the condition. Montgomery residents have been here several times and have assisted DCYF on check condition here as well. Everyone's home. Generator is running. Food in the house. They're all healthy. How do you even know they're all healthy? All is well. Still working with Demetrius from DCYF. Are you fucking kidding me? So if you're working with Demetrius, and in the CAD notes, the CAD notes talking about squatting, okay? Interesting to me. Now, August 19th. This is Adam calls. Adam calls, and caller's uncle, Kevin Montgomery, has been harassing him since he moved out 2 months ago. Came back last month and took his TV when caller was gone. Has been calling DCYF and making false reports. Caller's phone cut out, didn't know his phone number. He has a doc appointment. Will call when he's back. How would you know all of that if his phone cut out? He has a doctor's appointment and will cut out. What? Excuse me? And we'll call back like that. How were you able to get that information? Like, who are these people? Who's this dispatch? Yeah, Demetrius is the witness that took the stand. Yep. Then, now, August 21st, 2019. Check security of building. Squatters in the building. The home is up for auction. There is a generator running and there is trash all over the place. Unknown exactly how many people are in there, getting numerous calls about this. Tenant Adam is in the process of being evicted. So you're working with who? Yeah, okay. His uncle, Kevin Montgomery, has been calling in, checking conditions, and harassing him. DCYF has been involved as well. So you passed this note on because I highly doubt you did. Next date, September 5th, 2019. All animal complaints, excuse me. This is just disturbing. This is from Sarah, phone call. It's almost 7 a.m. Not dispatched though till 9:25. Caller says that she is concerned that the dog that is at this address is being abused. When asked about abuse, she hears the people inside yelling at the dog and then the dog yelping and more yelling. Says ongoing problem. Says that the dog then gets put outside. Again, that was September 5th. Now this is September 11th. Okay. Again, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is September 11th, this one. So again, just 6 days later, 5 days later. Time received, 12:42. Time dispatched, 12:43. And this is an argument. And this is from the Adam, you little cop calling son of a bitch, huh? So they have no problem calling the police. So when Kayla says that she's so scared and she doesn't want to call the police, she's a little liar. Unless she feels like, oh, well, I can call on that other Alex call person because Adam told me to call. You know what I mean? But here we go. Kevin Montgomery called saying his nephew and his wife weren't letting him in the house. Lots of screaming. Kevin barged into the house and is flipping stuff around and claiming the stuff is his. Kevin allegedly moved out months ago. Kevin just left. Kevin pushed Adam out of the way and told, I think that might say Adam, or told Graham that Adam wasn't going to do anything. Nothing damaged because when they would have got there. Per search completed. Okay. So look at they arrive at 12:43. Check out this. Or I'm sorry, look at this. 12:42 received. 12:43 time dispatched. They arrive at 12:52. So 9 minutes later they arrive. It says per search completed at 9:11:19 at 12:44 and 32 seconds. Bitch, your people weren't even there yet. They didn't get there until 12:52. So say what, homie? That's like, what do you? I want to know who this dispatch person is. Kevin is now saying the back door was open. Kevin is saying he is with the homeowner. He pushed the door in that was being held shut with a fridge. Case number, so they put a case number on it, has been assigned to 2 minutes. At this time it was viewed. And then, so search completed. Don't know what the fuck they're doing. That was 9:11. Now this is 9:18. Received at 9:23. Dispatched at 10:51. Arrived at 10:59. This is for check area for problem. And this was from an anonymous caller. Caller lives in the neighborhood. At 3 a.m., his wife, her music, and a lot of talking. Her music, Jesus. This morning, there has been no movement from the house, and the car appears to have been broken into. Said there are multiple pry marks all over the car. We've dealt with this address quite a bit in the last couple of months. Something is at this time, and it says she's all set. The fuck? Then January 12th, 2020. Ready? Now, this is something I think is very interesting. This one. Check security of building. Building is vacant. Search completed 1/12/20 at 2:06 p.m. Building is vacant. Front door has been kicked in. Unknown when it was kicked in. Didn't appear to be anyone in there, but caller wasn't sure. So then they go in. Door has not been kicked in. Looks like someone moved out and they left the door open. Blank, Adam Montgomery. They were just airing it out. There was a very bad odor. And then last, oh wait. Oh, this got stapled out of order. Before that was, so this was November 11th. So right before they would have been, they said that they left to be evicted, Unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. So Adam, once again, calls the police and says that his friend Todd borrowed his 2010 silver Chrysler Seabring and has not brought it back and will not answer calls. Todd's number is this. And then they did something, they searched. Silver Chrysler, those are the license plate. Number goes straight to voicemail, left message. So somehow Todd was, or I should say, Adam and the gang received their car back before 11/27 when they were evicted. But yeah. But all this stuff and nobody is, Demetrius isn't asking for all the police reports to see what's been going on over there. Demetrius, get him back on the stand. Get Demetrius back on the stand and let's have a talk because, yeah, I got a lot of questions and nobody seemed to ask any questions. So there we go. I'm going to now head out for my lunch break. But hopefully some of that stuff with the facts help you guys that are following along and that maybe are new to the case. So, yep, that's why I saw a bad odor. I looked at that date, that was interesting. Nobody is picking up what's been put down. Yeah, they said at like 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to resume. All right, guys, we'll see you back. Again, guys, welcome back to the transparency. They are saying that they're going to be resuming here at the 1 o'clock hour, so we're approaching that, I believe.
Ready to bring the witness back?
All right, guys, welcome back. Kayla is going to be retaking the stand. Hair up, shackled.
Counsel, the issue that I asked you to look at earlier.
Oh, that's
Do you want to approach?
Okay, so they're going to have a quick sidebar before the jury even comes in. Again, Kayla's back on the stand. She will be continuing her cross-examination by Adam Montgomery's defense attorney, who I really think has done a phenomenal job.
Please ready? Please rise for
With
the
a very,
jurors.
very tough case.
All right.
And it's only $30 instead of $130 because it goes to Canada, Mexico, Bermuda, and the Caribbean. That's all it's good for.
Okay.
And it's cheap, like
Please be seated.
I'm going to go a little, sorry, a little bit backwards from what we were talking about when we took the break and talk about the order of the children in the car in the back seat. Declan, I think you said, had a car seat.
Yes.
Seamus had a car seat,
Yes.
and Harmony would wear a seatbelt.
Yes.
And I think that you said earlier today, Declan was in the middle, Seamus was on the driver's side, and Harmony was in the passenger side.
Yes.
In May 16 of, well, actually, in June of 2023, you described Harmony in the back seat after Burger King, leaning on Seamus's seat.
Yeah, she was always leaning on one of the car seats.
Okay, and you said it was Seamus's.
Okay, so I must have it mixed up. I don't remember. I always thought Declan was in the middle.
Okay. If you told them on the 23rd that it was June 23rd that it was a Seamus, it could have been.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you were on May 16, 2023, you were talking about feeding the children, and you said Declan couldn't eat yet because he was an infant, but I gave Seamus a little piece at the time he was in the middle. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was as if it was a memory, that you were speaking from memory.
Yes.
And do you recall, because you talked about feeding Declan and putting the pieces in his mouth, do you recall if you did that?
I remember feeding one of them, both of them. I don't know.
Okay. And you talked about putting a sandwich on Harmony's lap, but not looking at her, right?
Right.
But you saw that she had a blanket on her lap, right?
Yeah, she always had a blanket on her.
And it was on her lap, you described it, right?
Yes.
Not over her, it was on her lap.
Right.
And that you were not looking, but you were sitting and just handing stuff back.
Right.
Okay. So, a couple of things on Union Avenue and what you described at Union Avenue. I think that you described the tote was in the, not the tote, the plastic thing with the tote inside was in the closet, and then the tote was put in the refrigerator.
The bag was in the tote in the closet. Then the bag ended up in the refrigerator.
CMC bag.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was in the refrigerator for a bit until it was taken out to go into the bathtub.
Yes.
And after it was in the bathtub, it went in the freezer.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about events in the freezer. I mean, in the shower. And described for the jury lime.
Yes.
And that lime was used in the shower.
No.
Did you say that lime was put in a bag?
Yes.
So that was on the floor of the bathroom. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? And why lime?
Adam got the lime. I don't know where it came from.
Okay. Did y'all research lime and what it might do?
I did not.
Okay. It's not like anything was dissolving in the shower or anything, right? With the lime? In the
It
bathroom?
wasn't in the bathroom. It wasn't used in the shower.
Okay. But nothing was dissolving or anything with lime, right?
I have no idea.
You were in there.
Not the whole time.
Okay. You said that lime was put in a bag and then Harmony's body was put in a bag. You didn't see any reaction of her body to the lime, right?
No.
Nothing changed.
I didn't see her body getting put in the bag with the lime. Adam said that he was going to be putting her body in the lime, in the bag that has the lime in it.
Okay. Okay. And you talked on direct about a tool. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And when you first spoke to the police, you told them that scissors were the only tool used in the shower, right?
From what I remember, yes.
Okay. And the scissors were used to cut clothes off of Harmony.
Yes.
And you used the scissors
Yes.
and you cut off Harmony's hoodie.
Yes.
And you're saying Adam used the scissors
Yes.
and cut off her leggings.
Yes.
And those were the only tools in the bathroom, right?
That I saw, yes.
How big's the bathroom?
The bathroom wasn't that big.
Okay. You saw the things that were in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
And you claim to have seen a bag of lime in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
You didn't see any tools, right?
No. I saw a bag of lime and trash bags.
Okay. And there weren't any tools sitting outside the bathroom, right?
No.
Okay. And you didn't hear any power saws?
No, because it was really loud.
What was really loud?
Our neighbor next door was a drunk and very loud, always blasting his music.
Okay. And you think that the music could have overcome power tools if they were used?
I believe so. Yeah, it was very loud all the time.
Okay. And when you first talked to the police, you actually denied that you helped Adam in the bathroom, right?
Right.
And you denied that you had anything to do with what he did in the bathroom.
Right.
You said that Adam didn't want you in the bathroom.
Right.
And then when you had to admit that you were in the bathroom, you ended up admitting that you cut off the hoodie, right?
Right.
And you ended up admitting that you were zipping up the bag
Yes.
at the end.
Yes.
So you were in the bathroom for a while,
No.
for a few times.
Like a couple times, yes.
Okay. And otherwise, the shower was going.
Yes.
And so presumably the water is doing something.
Yes.
And a bag of lime on the floor in the bathroom would generally not be touched by a shower that's in the tub, right?
No, it was in the corner of the bathroom.
Okay. Away from the tub.
Yes.
Okay. But the shower, I think you said, was going continuously
Yes.
the whole time.
Yes.
And you could hear that.
That's what I saw.
Saw or heard?
I saw. I couldn't hear it, but I saw.
And you saw it going the whole time?
Not the whole time, but I assumed the whole time.
Okay. Okay.
Because he told me what he was doing.
Okay. And you and Adam were working together to take the clothes off of Harmony and put her in the bag.
I didn't put her in the bag.
You zipped up the bag.
He needed help zipping up the bag. I was there in the beginning and I was there in the end.
Excuse me. Sir, you need to step out or turn the pager off. Okay, please step out.
Is that Dolly? Is that Dolly?
Thank you. I would re-ask your question, Attorney Smith.
I forgot what it was. Okay. So what you're saying now is you didn't know if the shower was going the whole time.
No.
Okay. Now you didn't know if Adam used any tools in the shower because you weren't there the whole time.
Right?
But you never saw any.
No.
And the police specifically asked you about tools
Yes.
and specific types of tools, right?
Yes.
And you told them that the only tool that Adam had was a box, a big box under the counter in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And that when he pulled out that box one time when he was losing it, he broke the counter.
Yes.
And it was a pretty big box, right?
Yes.
And you did not see any other power tools in the apartment
No.
before or since?
I'm sorry?
Before that day or after that day?
No.
Okay. And they actually showed you pictures of power tools
Yes.
to ask you about those power tools.
Yes.
And did they show you a picture of a big table saw?
Yes.
And that was or was not similar to what you had seen in the apartment?
It was similar to it.
Okay. I'm going to show you a picture. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And is that what you're saying? Well, how do you recognize this picture?
It's a table saw.
Uh-huh. And was that the type of tool that you had seen in the apartment?
Yeah, there was a table saw in the box.
Okay. And I'm gonna ask that this page be marked as an exhibit, Your Honor. It's not, it's remarked.
Attorney Smith, for identification or full?
Full.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, it can be marked as a full exhibit.
And they also showed you a picture of a circular saw, right?
I don't know the difference.
Okay, I'm going to show you another picture. And ask you if you recognize that, what's in that picture.
Yeah, that's what it looked.
Pardon?
It looked more like what it was than that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you actually told the detective that it looked like the cordless compact circular saw.
No, it wasn't cordless.
Okay. You say it had a cord.
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I did not have this pre-marked. I would like this offered as a full exhibit.
Can be entered as a full exhibit.
Thank you. And this is, thank you. And do you remember the detective saying out loud that, did it look like the cordless compact circular saw? And you said, yeah.
No.
Okay. Got a copy of Defendant's Exhibit E for ID. And I'm gonna ask you to, again, look wherever you want. Let me put this in an easier position. But read that portion at least.
Yeah, it wasn't cordless.
Okay, but the photograph that the detective had showed you was, as he said, of a cordless compact circular saw, right?
Right.
And the photograph that's been marked as I at least indicates it's a cordless compact circular saw or cordless circular saw.
Yeah, that's what it says. But it wasn't cordless, the one that was in the house, the
Okay.
apartment.
But that was the one that it looked like?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Detective Dunleavy showed you another photograph and asked if that perhaps looked like the tool under the sink.
That one?
No, a different one.
I don't know.
Do you recall him showing you a picture of a miter saw?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay. We'll get there.
Okay.
So earlier in direct, you were given a picture of a power tool, right?
Yeah.
And you had signed that photograph, right?
Right.
Or I'm sorry, initialed it, right?
Yeah.
Do you know when you initialed it?
No.
Pardon?
No.
Was it recent or a long time ago?
I know I did some recent and I did some a long time ago, so I don't remember.
You signed some photographs recently and signed some a long time ago?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you. And I keep saying sign and I'm misstating. You initialed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 63.
For identification or full?
It's been in as full.
That was recent.
This you
Yes.
signed recently
Yes.
in one of those prep sessions.
Yes.
And back in March 16, 2023, you did not sign Exhibit 63 as the tool that you had seen, right?
Right.
And if I may publish, Your Honor.
Objection.
And the name of the type of saw on that photograph that you recently signed was M18 fuel 18-volt lithium ion brushless cordless size grinder with paddle switch, tool only. Okay.
Yes.
But back in March of 2023, when you were shown photographs, you identified the one that looked most like the tool as the cordless circular saw, right? I'll show you Defendant's Exhibit I.
I don't get what you're trying to say.
This cordless circular saw photograph was the one that you identified most like the tool that was under the counter.
Yes.
Okay. If I may, Your Honor?
Yep.
So how was it that you came to initial a grinder with paddle photograph? What happened? What was the exchange where you initialed it?
Because my mom had a similar tool just like that one. Adam asked to take it, and I said, no, you're not taking it. It's my mother's.
Okay.
And he wanted to take it, and I don't remember if he took it or not because he would have did it behind my back.
Okay. And there were never any new tools in the apartment, right?
Not that I knew of.
And you didn't see any new tools around the time that you're talking about the things that you and Adam did in the shower.
Right, but he also brought lime and whatever else into the apartment, and I had no idea.
Okay. And you also talked to the prosecutor about tools in your prep session, right?
Right.
And in that prep session, you said you didn't know of any tools, but Adam said he wanted to, right?
Yes.
And that came in the most recent prep sessions that Adam told you he wanted to use tools.
Right.
And you didn't say when they were asking you about tools in June 3rd or June 23rd, you didn't see any tools, but Adam wanted to use tools, right?
Right.
And you didn't say in March 16 of 2023 that you didn't see tools. There was an old thing that looked kind of like the circular saw, but Adam said he wanted to use tools, right? And when you're prepping for your testimony here, I think that you said your parole hearing was coming up in May.
I don't know about my hearing. I know my minimum is in May.
Okay, and so you are hoping for a parole hearing and to get out in May, right?
Yeah.
But it's not guaranteed, right?
No.
Okay. And on that time where the state had you initial that fuel grinder, did they show you the picture and say, have you ever seen this?
Yes.
And you said, oh, my mom has one.
I said, yes, my mom had one. I saw that she had one of those.
Okay. And when they showed you this picture, that you thought it might be important to the case, right?
Because Adam asked to take it, and I
Okay.
told him not to.
Okay. And that's a real clear memory, right?
Right.
And it's something that you never mentioned in June or March 22, 23, right?
Because it didn't get brought up. I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, they were asking about tools, weren't they?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking about tools that my mom had. I wasn't remembering that Adam wanted to take that.
Okay. Okay. And what was that tool? Did you remember what it was?
A handsaw.
Okay.
That's what I call it anyway.
Okay. And what were the circumstances that you saw it at your mom's place?
Because my mother works with wood. She has her own refurbishing company, and she does her own woodwork.
Okay.
And she just got it. It was brand new in the box.
Okay. So if it was brand new and purchased, it was brand new in December of 2021.
Yes.
Okay. The police showed you photograph of the CMC bag when you were doing the interview in June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you identified that as the same type of bag, the same as the one that you got from Catholic Medical Center when you had your child.
Yes.
And you actually thought that it was your bag.
Right.
You thought they had found the bag.
Yeah.
And you had thought that because you recognized this little spot
Yeah.
in the photograph. I may publish, Your Honor.
That's the tote bag that they said they put Harmony in.
So let me talk about what you described as the treatment of that CMC bag. You say that Harmony's body was taken down from the ceiling at Fit and put into the shower at Fit
Yes.
and put into a trash bag and into the CMC bag.
Yes.
And that body stayed in the CMC bag for a while.
Yes.
And then you took the CMC bag down the street to Portland Pie.
Yes.
And then the CMC bag came back to.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Right. All right. They're at a sidebar here. They want to approach and talk about it. She's about to get into on Kayla's direct examination how Kayla described how Harmony fit into this tote bag, and it was very disturbing. And she used the term Adam squished her in it, folded her and squished her in it. So I'm curious to see and hear this part.
And that Harmony's body was in the closet in that bag at Union, right?
Yes.
And that then it was Harmony's body was in the refrigerator in that bag.
Yes.
And then Harmony's body was in the bathroom with water running and her body and lime and all that stuff in that bag.
Yes.
And then in the freezer.
Yes.
And then taken away.
Yes.
And you believed that this bag was the same bag
Yes.
because of that little dot there.
Yes.
Because the last time you saw the bag, that was the only stain on the bag, or something.
Not the only stain, but that was a stain that would not go away.
Ah, did you wash the bag?
No, but I tried getting it off
How?
by rubbing it off,
Wait, they're saying that this is the exact bag.
wiping it,
Wait,
Pardon?
wiping it.
Okay. Okay. Now after the thing in the shower, Adam became pretty despondent, right?
What does that mean?
Hurt inside.
Yeah.
And you said that he tried to kill himself.
Yeah.
And you told him that he had to live and be there for the kids.
Right.
And that the kids need him and you needed him and he shouldn't do it.
Yes.
Basis?
Without your, if I may rephrase, Your Honor,
You may rephrase. The question is withdrawn. The objection is sustained.
without saying exactly what you said, you tried to talk about your lives together to give him something to live for.
Yes.
Okay. And the main focus of that was the kids.
Yes.
Okay. The completely changing the subject, I want to take you back to the summer of 2019. And you testified about Kevin and Adam having an argument and you overhearing it.
Yes.
And the argument was about Kevin Montgomery's failure to pay bills that he had promised to pay, right?
Part of it, yeah.
Okay. You all were kind of left in the lurch because those bills weren't paid, right?
See?
Yes.
I may have a moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else? When you're ready.
If I may just have a moment.
Wait, did she just stop? Did she just say no more further questions?
True Knowles, I need you to have a microphone there, so I don't know if you. Thank you.
What?
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So, Kayla, you just said that part of that argument was about failure to pay bills. Can you tell the jurors what the other part of that argument was about?
Was about Adam hitting Harmony.
It was about, I'm sorry.
Adam hitting Harmony.
Okay. And this bag that you have identified,
Yes.
is it similar? Is it identical to the one that was brought to the final lodge?
Yes.
Is it identical to the one that Adam left in the room?
Yes.
And the stains that you mentioned, when did they make it onto that bag?
Before we left Guilford Street.
Before you left Guilford Street.
Yes.
And so that would have been before Harmony's body was ever placed in the bag,
Yes.
before the defendant murdered her.
Yes.
Before he beat her to death in that parking lot.
Yes.
Was that-
Sustained.
Was that before he beat her to death in the parking lot?
Yes.
Attorney Smith just showed you several items, saws. And I want to be very clear. The saw in my right hand was what the defendant discussed.
Objection, meeting.
Sustained.
Foundational question. Did he testify on direct that the saw in my right hand was the one that the defendant used, discussed using to dismember Harmony?
Yes.
Did he say that on direct? Because that's in fact what he did. He discussed using this to dismember Harmony.
Yes, he did.
He needs to stay at the
And the saw
microphone.
that the defense attorney showed you just now, was this similar to the item that was under your countertop?
Yes.
Attorney Smith asked you, she asked you about if that's when the defendant was losing it. What does losing it mean to you? Was that when he was hitting you? Was that something else?
Everything. He was abusive. He, in all ways, physical, emotional, and mentally.
You said physical, you said emotional, and you said mentally.
Yes.
And let's unpack that. How is he physical with you? How is he physically abusive towards you in that period before you escaped him?
He thought that I was telling on him or cheating on him or trying to kill him.
And how was he physical with you in those interactions?
He wanted me to tell him who I was cheating on him with, or if I was working with the cops, and I kept saying that I didn't, and he kept hitting me anyway. And then I started telling him that I did, even though I wasn't, and he still kept hitting me anyway.
And let's talk about that. Why would you tell him that you were doing these things, working with the police, why would you tell him that, even though you weren't at the time?
So that I wouldn't get hit.
Did he still hit you?
Yes.
You said that he was emotionally abusive to you. Tell the jurors about that.
Because he'd go back and forth with telling me to tell him that I was working with the cops, and he would accuse me of sleeping with the guy downstairs, sleeping with all these different people, that I came out of the window one night. I couldn't take care of the kids. He wouldn't let me do anything without him being there.
You said that he was mentally abusive to you. Can you tell the jurors how?
By asking me if I was working with the cops and making sure that I stuck with the story that he brought me to work and dropped me off and was bringing Harmony to her mom.
And can you tell us who came up with that story?
He did, Adam.
And you stuck to it.
Yeah.
You stuck to it even though you knew you weren't working at the time. I'll rephrase. Did you stick to it even though you knew you weren't working at the time?
Yes.
Attorney Smith asked you about Adam being pure evil. Did you think that Adam was pure evil?
When he would start going crazy, yeah.
And you mentioned the evil eyes. When he looked at you in that moment, evil eyes. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
And was that right after he'd beaten Harmony?
Yeah, it just got worse.
Were there also good times with the defendant in that period?
Yeah. But it was mostly bad.
And in those bad times, were you hoping for the good times?
Yeah.
Kayla, do you still love the defendant?
I still care about him because he's the father of my children. He was my best friend. It's been hard for me to just let go.
Kayla, I want to switch gears with you just a bit. You mentioned that after the defendant had beaten Harmony to death, after your car died at that intersection, after the defendant realized that Harmony was dead, that he got a duffel bag out of the trunk. And Attorney Smith asked you about him getting that duffel bag out of the trunk. And you said that the trunk would not open.
Yeah.
And he had to go in through the back seats.
Yeah.
Can you tell the jurors why the trunk wouldn't open?
When the car died, nothing was electronic was working. The windows wouldn't go down. The car just stopped working.
Kayla, I'm going to switch gears with you again. And I'm sorry to bounce around like this, but you talked about Mr. Badero, Anthony Badero, being a source of drugs, an occasional source of drugs.
Yes.
And Attorney Smith asked you about how these drugs would be purchased.
Yes.
And I believe the testimony that she asked you about was that sometimes you'd pay for them, sometimes he'd give them to you for free. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Would Mr. Badero also accept food stamps or SNAP as a form of payment for drugs?
Yes.
And when you were living in the car, is that a form of payment that he accepted?
Yes.
Did that lead to your family having to eat baby food as a result?
Yes.
Who was eating baby food while you were living in that car?
All of us. Myself and the boys. And Harmony.
Attorney Smith asked you about trying to keep things quiet in the parking lot of the Colonial Village Apartments that morning around 3 a.m. when you woke up and the defendant was beating Harmony, striking her blow after blow. And you talked about the children not screaming. Is that because at the same time he was telling them to shut the fuck up? I think that was your testimony on direct.
Yes.
Who was he telling to shut the fuck up?
Harmony.
And was that before, during, or after he was brutally beating her?
Before and after.
Attorney Smith asked you several questions about Harmony, the changes that were happening to her. And she said that it was difficult for Harmony because of all the changes. And you agreed with that, but I want to ask you about that. Was it difficult for Harmony because of all the changes that she was going through?
Why don't you finish the question and then I'll rule on the objection.
So Kayla, was it difficult for Harmony because of all the changes she was going through, or because she was terrified of the defendant?
Sustained. You may rephrase the question.
Kayla, was it difficult for Harmony because of her fear of the defendant? It's a direct question. It's not a leading
Approach.
question.
I think she totally missed the memo on how to behave in the courtroom, because all of this, talking about any of it, should be, she should be upset about all of this. Whether you're being asked the question from the defense attorney or the prosecutor, this should all bother you, right? So I think it's doing her a huge disservice. It would do me, I think a lot of you guys will see this, a huge disservice for the jury, that, okay, when the defense attorney is asking you questions to do with the same stuff, you don't have any emotion. But as soon as Johnny Manziel's wax double, who's the prosecutor, asks you questions, you this is how you are.
So Kayla, was Harmony, was it because of all of these changes, or was it for some other reason?
Overruled.
Or was it for some other reason?
I think it was all of it.
And let's talk about all of it. Can you tell the jurors what all of it is?
Adam being abusive, physically and mentally, and everything she went through from her mom and her dad.
And Kayla, when you say Adam being abusive, you're talking about the accidents that you would have.
Yes.
During your cross-examination, this was last week, the defense attorney said during her examination of you that Harmony died in the car with you, right? And you weren't able to explain the answer that you'd given. Who else was in the car with you, with Harmony, when Harmony died?
Adam and the two boys.
And who was striking her repeatedly right before she died?
Adam.
Are you aware that the defense argued in their opening that something happened to Harmony in the middle of the night, and that thing killed her before the defendant was even around?
Right.
So is that true?
No.
Did Harmony die in the middle of the night alone with you when the defendant wasn't even there?
No.
So when you testified during the defendant's examination that you thought Harmony was sleeping but then found out she was dead,
Yes.
was that in the middle of the night, or was that the next day after your car broke down?
That was the next day.
That was after the methadone clinic.
Yes.
Kayla, you were just asked, so you were asked last week,
So the
last
defense
Friday,
is saying
about a letter that you'd written
the
with
2
various
a.m.
demands.
incident
Do
is
you
when
remember
she
that?
was
It's
killed.
the defense exhibit G.
Yes.
In that letter,
This is
you
going to be on the
discuss
Blue Cross.
betraying the defendant, and the attorney asked you if you wrote betraying,
That's why the defense attorney stopped.
but you weren't asked to explain what betraying meant. Can you tell the jurors what you meant when you said betraying?
I felt like I was betraying him, Adam, by telling what happened to Harmony. And I was fighting with myself. Because I didn't want him to be mad at me for doing the right thing.
Were you referring to the secret that you'd been keeping for 2 years?
Yes.
Were you referring to telling the truth about him beating Harmony to death? I'll strike that question, Judge. Last week, you were asked to describe a conversation that you had with the defendant where he agreed to take the fall for Harmony's death, but you weren't asked to explain what that meant. What did you mean when you said take the fall, or when he said take the fall?
That he wants me with the children. And no matter what happens, he's the one at fault.
Was he taking the fall for something that you did?
No.
Did you beat Harmony to death?
No.
Was he taking the fall for what he had done?
Yes.
You said that in the spring of 2020, the defendant was acting strange. He was accusing you of telling on him for what he'd done to Harmony. What did you mean when you said he was acting strange?
Every time we got high, as soon as he got high, he started freaking out and just accused me of working with the cops, thought there was cameras in the house, the TV, smashed every phone we had, just destroyed the whole apartment.
When you were asked about lying to the
Every
grand
phone
jury,
we
you said
had.
that he was stuck in your head.
Bunch of
What
burners.
did you mean by that?
That I stick with the story that he told me to say.
And that was stuck in your head during your testimony.
Yes.
I want to talk about that list of items that you gave, your requirements, the things that
prosecution
you'd like
coached the
before
shit out of this
testifying.
girl.
Did you get immunity?
No.
Where are you currently living, Kayla?
New Hampshire State Prison for Women.
Kayla, did you get to keep your children?
No.
Do you have any rights to them?
No.
Are you even allowed to speak to them right now, Kayla?
No.
You said that after the defendant repeatedly struck Harmony, after he put the blanket over her, after she moaned, after the strange crying, moaning stopped, after he did drugs, And after the car died, you thought that Harmony was asleep under that blanket.
Yes.
Why did you think that she may be sleeping after Adam repeatedly struck her?
Because she usually just goes to sleep after.
Kayla, why stay with someone?
I will say that he asks questions way differently than the defense does to like
Does this to you?
get her to be like this.
Because I was scared. And I still cared about him.
Why defend the person that does this to you?
Because I was scared of what would happen. I didn't want anybody getting in trouble.
Why stay with someone? Why stay with someone that does what he did to a helpless girl like this?
Because for some reason I still cared about him.
Why defend someone that beat her to death?
I don't know. I was scared.
Yeah, she definitely has tears.
Attorney Smith asked you about a proffer agreement, your agreement to provide information about what the defendant had done, what had happened to Harmony. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And she asked you about how none of those statements could be used against you. And I think you
Yes.
agreed with that.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you, Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102 for identification. And I'm just going to ask that you review that document. Kayla, is that the agreement as you remember it?
Yes.
And do you recognize any of the signatures on that final page?
Yes.
Which one do you recognize?
Mine and my attorney and the AG.
Is that the true and correct agreement?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to admit States, what's marked for identification as States 102.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. right? The ID may be stricken and be entered as a full exhibit.
I'm gonna take it back. Kayla, does that agreement discuss how your statements can be used against you?
Yes.
Tell the jurors how your statements can be used against you.
If I lie.
Does it say what other than your statements can be used against you if you lie?
I can get charged with anything.
Does it discuss evidence related to Harmony, her body?
Yes.
Can that information also be used against you?
Yes.
Now, is that the information that you went to that meeting with?
Yes.
And you knew about that before you testified yesterday and today?
Yes.
Kayla, do you remember being, excuse me, do you remember being asked by the defense attorney last Friday about deciding to take an agreement with the prosecution?
Yes.
Do you remember Attorney Smith asking you the following questions, and you providing the following answer? She said, "But you knew they had you solid on the perjury charges, right?"
Yes.
And you said right to that. You were never getting around that one. Attorney Smith asked you. You were never getting around that one.
Right.
And so you decided this would probably be,
Overruled.
and so you decided this would probably be the best you could do to get as few consequences as you can, as possible, for your actions as possible, right? Do you remember being asked those questions?
Yes.
Because people facing criminal charges make strategic decisions to admit to some lesser offenses to try to limit their legal exposure or get as few consequences for their legal actions as possible, right?
Right.
Now, the defense asked you about that legal strategy, so you think that they would be aware of it, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that falsifying physical evidence, that abuse of a corpse, it's lesser than murder?
Yes.
And are you aware that in their opening, they told this jury that the state, that they can find the defendant guilty of falsifying and abuse of a corpse?
Yes.
Can you remind these jurors who killed Harmony?
Adam Montgomery.
I can have just a moment. No further questions.
All right, here we go. She's going to recross, I think. There she goes.
I think you testified that you were aware of what was said on openings, right?
Yes.
How were you aware?
I'm sorry.
How were you aware of what was said at openings?
I was told by the lawyer.
Your lawyer told you what was said at opening.
The prosecution just messed up.
I don't know. I'm not like here right now. Can
Pardon?
you rephrase the question, please?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, here it goes. He has no choice. He said it right there in the redirect. He said, she said she knew about the opening argument, and there's no way that she could have known that. Her lawyer, so she just asked her, how did you know it was said in the opening? And here, see what I was telling you guys? The prosecution has been coaching this woman, has been working with you. Boom, just caught. And there is why I got a problem with this. I got a big problem with this. The state wants to blame nobody but Adam Montgomery. The state failed Harmony. Both states, Massachusetts and New Hampshire, both failed this little baby girl, and great catch by the defense. And see, like, I'm sorry, but like, I can't fault Kayla right here for this. You know, if the state wants to play these games and give people that are criminals, in my opinion, you can steal to get your drugs. You want to go take your drugs, do whatever, but you harming children and beating up on children or letting people do that in your presence,
this is a good time for us to take our mid-afternoon break. So I'm going to have you go back into the jury deliberation room. Don't discuss the evidence. No further conversations about this between each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. And we will have you, we'll take at least 15 minutes, okay?
they got themselves in a pickle here.
All rise for the jurors,
It's
please.
a pickle right here. This is a big. The prosecutor just made a big oops when he decided to say that. I went ahead and looked up these people that they were hanging out
Counsel
with.
approach, you may be seated.
Okay, here we go. Are they going to leave this on the record? Oh, come on, leave it on the record. Ah. Wow. I mean, just wow. Wow. Y'all were talking to a witness. Nobody's supposed to be talking to this girl at all. She is in the middle of her, so she testified on Friday, and she began her the end of the day a little bit early. She started getting headaches, migraine, and she looked like it. She looked like shit. So then Saturday, Sunday, back in the courtroom Monday. Nobody is supposed to be talking to her. She is in progress as a witness. It's on the stand. She's not supposed to be discussing her testimony, nothing. And she just testified 2 seconds ago, if you're just joining, the defense attorney. So I was in awe when I was like, wait, what do you mean that's it? Well, she was expecting. So the defense attorney went ahead and said, okay, give me a minute. Okay, let's go ahead. And she knows that they're going to ask questions, which is then she gets to redirect. Recross. So they redirect. And at the end, right there, he wants to drive it home. The prosecutor wants to drive it home on that, you heard that the jurors could be told and whatever, gave the spiel. And he says, did you know about that thing, referring her to that thing? And did you know about the opening arguments? And she said, did you know that you could be charged with, she was trying to have the jury find her guilty of X, Y, and Z and blah, blah, blah. Did you know this? Yes. How did you know this? Well, then that stopped. They were done. Defense attorney comes up, Smith, and says, you just testified that you heard, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Who did you hear that from? How did you know that was said? My lawyer told me. Now, I am wondering, holy shit, was it her lawyer that told her that? Or was it in fact, my lawyer told me that? So she just coughed up client attorney privilege. because technically whatever her and her attorney talk about is privilege. I want to know if he made any phone calls to the jail, to the prison over the weekend. I want to know if the prosecution called over to the prison and they're going to say, we were just calling to check on her because she got sick or whatever to make sure that she was okay. Oh my God, right now. Oh my God. I cannot believe that this just happened. This prosecutor just totally royally, he doesn't even have to say that. And oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This could literally get thrown out right now. This could literally right now be a mistrial. Holy shit, what the fuck have y'all done? I mean, I cannot even believe this right now. Again, guys, I'm gonna hammer it home. Nobody has testified yet. So in terms of, obviously they've never found Harmony, okay? But they said they were toting Harmony around in all these places. Nobody has testified yet to come in and say, we went into fit and we were in the ceilings, like this is the room that they were in. We went up there, we, searched around, we did some testing to find, if we could see if there was any DNA of Harmony, up in the ceiling and the vent. Obviously they were out at the house, 77 Guilford, back when this all broke in 2022. In January, they were out that house. So nobody has testified yet. Not saying that it won't happen, but no police, no lab. There's been nobody to testify that we had stuff tested and that, and then what type of DNA? I mean, I'm still not sold on the whole fact of how this all happened. The defense in an opening statement said that when Harmony, like their take on it is that whatever happened between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning before they went to the clinic and get the methadone, and then the rest of that's all like a lie. But whatever happened at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning is when it happened, according to the defense. The state's version is her version, which is that this happened after the methadone clinic when they got into the car, and Adam got in the car and it was, oh, Harmony, did you piss yourself again or whatever? It smelled like piss and all this stuff, and then he was hitting her and beating her through the red lights or at the red lights and then at Burger King, and Kayla went in first to get her medicine at 7:04. He went in at 7:09. And what the defense is arguing is saying, you think that he's going to beat her right there where people are going in and out of the clinic? You guys just got in trouble for leaving the kids in the car. That's why you guys have to go in one and the other one goes in, because somebody reported that, which, I mean, just ridiculous. All this reporting. Ugh. And then all of this has just led to, so basically they're pointing the finger at each other. I want to know what happened that night. Kids are usually sleeping at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, yep, if you have an accident, but I believe that car would have just been substantially, soiled with that constant nasty smell that I don't think that you're able to decipher when somebody, repeats themselves or goes number 2. I just think that smell would always be there. So it's just more intensified. I don't know. I can honestly say I've never been in the situation. Lana, how were the boys when this was happening? Well, according to Kayla, she can't remember specifically, but she thought maybe one of the boys was crying, the other one wasn't. And there was a time that, either one of them were, I don't believe in the way that they fed them. What do you mean? Like you're feeding your kids that are like tiny, but you're not looking back to feed them. Just all of it. It just doesn't. Then their car breaks down right after this. I don't know how a child was fit into that. I can't even say the words. I just know that, why would Adam ever even want custody of Harmony, right? And the only thing that makes sense in my mind is that he wanted to get Harmony for the money back when he was trying. And this dude didn't have to try hard at all to get Harmony. But I think that he went and got Harmony because of to try to get the money. And he knew that the grandma was leaving to go to Florida, that these people had trashed her house and she wasn't going to stay and she wasn't going to keep paying on it because it was all trashed. They turned it into a drug house, okay, a revolving door coming and going. And that wasn't just, Adam and Kayla. That was everybody that would have been at that house. Nobody stays in a house that's like that if you're not actively participating in stuff like that. I'm sorry, you're just not living in a house that's a drug house. But I just don't see the way I think is way more logic, but no kid is going to be the money that you're going to get barely anything. Okay. And you got more problems. It's just, I mean, I don't ever think that they thought that they'd be homeless to the point that they're living in a car. I don't know. It's just all so sad. But Harmony should have never been. Wait till I cover what Adam Montgomery was up to before Harmony was born, and the gun charge, like that trial, and he shot somebody in the chin. Attempted. They charged him with attempted murder. How does somebody that just got charged with attempted murder, not fit to be a parent, clearly has chronic, they going to the clinic to get methadone because they're heroin and crack addicts, okay? How does somebody like that, how does a juvenile judge say, yep, this person A should get him, but B, on top of it, you don't even have to prove that you're fit. You don't even have to see where you're at and what you're doing. Like, what job did you have? You know what I mean? Like, check with the jobs. How long have they had that job? It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And it doesn't take that long. And guess what it is if you're not going to fill out all the paperwork to supply me with that so that I don't have to go digging around for it, then that tells me everything I need to know that you're not willing to do anything to get your kid. I shouldn't have to go hunting down everything. You're going to go get me all the information that's required in this packet for me to look over. But if I don't have anything here, I'm not even going to begin to start working on your case. Okay. You're going to go get that shit. I'm not going to do it. But then once you give it to me, then it's my job to, because the real parents out there that really, that the system works for and that they're doing the right things, those type of parents that really want their kids, they're going to do all of that. When you want your kids for the right reasons. So when I hear about this whole, like, we're overworked and stuff like that, just change. All you got to do is just change a couple of things and nobody's going to be overworked. Because the parent that wants these children, they're going to put the work in. You're checking the work. You're checking the work. Okay. But this judge didn't even have a home visit, not totally said, you know what, this is unconstitutional. And you're talking about a guy that has he's a violent offender. This ain't no, I just do drugs and steal from people, from not even people, but businesses to feed my habit, or this is somebody that has been violent. So, I think that they should blast the judge's name out there. I think that they should look at every case that judge has done, check on all those kids. I think that stuff like this, I think these are situations where it can be overburdensome because it takes a lot to get your kids taken away from you. It truly does. Right? It takes a lot for you to get your kid taken away. I think that people that false report should be a charge. With these home packets and stuff like that, that's on a parent to do. Do all of that, then you come to the courts because you got everything ready to go. Okay. You got your clean drug test, except for your methadone that's in your system. You got your job that you've had. You got a bank account, okay, that we go ahead and we look at to see where your money is going. I mean, I truly don't think it's that difficult. You have to have a bedroom for your kid. So you're going to have that home visit. And anybody can make a home visit look like it's amazing. So I think there should always be like that pop-up. You don't know when they're going to be there, when they're going to show up. And you come to someone's house and you see like food is in the refrigerator. No, I want to see your bank account. I want to see that you're going to the grocery store and how frequently you're buying your own food for yourself. Look, what's wrong with any of that? So yeah, this stuff. But it's politics, guys. This is politics. And unfortunately, it takes people dying, little kids dying, for people that want to start, advocating. Or it's just sad. But this big old, they got themselves a big old problem here, huge problem. We are in a recess. Oh, I also think the guardian ad litem in this case, fired, lose your law license. Oh, that means she's usually get back in her stool right there when you see like the flag shake. We'll see what happens. This is wild. Welcome back to the transparency. Ooh-wee. Look at the dedication right there. Jennifer says, I postponed my appointment because of this. What? Did they say a break? No, we have to finish putting people on. Yeah. This is, they said they were just going to go for their quick afternoon recess. It's been a little bit. I was hoping they were going to leave the mic on so we could hear that sidebar, man. I really wanted to hear.
Leave it on.
Yeah, they need to leave that on. I'm telling you, shit is hitting the fan right now. Shit is hitting the fan. Dolly picked a good day to go there. Yeah. I'm gonna call up the courthouse. Make sure it's not burning down right now.
It was 30 minutes ago.
Huh?
Do you think it was 30 minutes ago?
That was a minute ago. Yeah. I mean, I rewind back in my stream and see what the timestamp was on that.
No, because look, this is 30 minutes ago. But was the defense aware?
Falsifying physical evidence that abuse of force it's lesser than murder.
Right there. That's it.
30 minutes.
Are you aware that
Oh, right there.
Right there. Come over here. I want to replay that because I kind of can't move it back. Let's see.
Rewind it.
an abuse of a corpse?
Yes.
Are you aware that in their opening they told this jury that that they can find the defendant guilty of falsifying an abuse of a corpse?
Yes.
Can you remind these jurors who killed Harmony?
Adam.
Sure. The defense asked you about that legal strategy, so you think that they would be aware of it, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that falsifying physical evidence, that abuse of a corpse, it's lesser than murder?
Yes.
And are you aware that in their opening they told this jury that that they can find the defendant guilty of falsifying an abuse of a corpse?
Yes.
Can you remind these jurors who killed Harmony?
Adam Montgomery.
So she's not scared anymore. So basically what he was saying there is that, hey, just so you know, this jury can come back and find Adam Montgomery only guilty of the abuse of a corpse. And so then she's like, yeah, were you aware that the defense told that the jury can come back and find Adam that way? And they asked her, are you aware? And she said, yeah, I'm aware. And then the next question is who killed Harmony? And she said, Adam Montgomery, just to make sure that, hey, we're like, they want the jury to find, Adam not just guilty of abuse of a corpse. And then they went ahead and said, okay, we're done with our redirect. Then defense attorney pops right up there and says, Kayla, how were you made aware of those opening statements? Because she wasn't obviously in there. She's not allowed to be in there. No witness is allowed to be in there.
Yeah, it's right there. She's low though. You want to play that part?
She's what?
The defense is Adam's attorney is low, but
Oh,
you
yeah.
want to play that here?
Yeah.
Press play. Let's put it up a little.
How were you aware of what was said at opening?
I was told by the lawyer.
Your lawyer told you what was said at opening.
I'm not like here right now.
She says, I think so. I'm like,
Please.
she's like, I think so. I'm not even here right now. Can you rephrase the question, please? Your Honor, may we approach? And so that question never got to be asked again. And here she's over here saying, wait, what? Like, but there it is, like the state trying to bail her ass out. I'm telling you, very big problem. Very big problem. The state should have never asked her that question. The state put her in the most fucked up position. This is not, in my personal opinion, Kayla Montgomery's fault. Kayla Montgomery wasn't asking the questions. The question came from Johnny Manziel, wax double, the prosecutor. He looks like Johnny Manziel.
She's watching them really closely.
And this is not Kayla's fault here. This guy wanted, you know, he has nobody but to blame but himself right now. 100. But again, when you want to deal with, you know, shitbags and give shitbags deals and coach somebody and meet with them numerous times and tell them how to basically testify.
Do you think they're gonna end it right now?
Yeah, Kayla just told the truth. Yeah. And honestly, I believe that she was telling the truth. Or she, at the last minute, said lawyer instead of prosecutor. I mean, Kathy says, got my Perry Mason moment. I'm telling you right now, shit is hot in New Hampshire right now. This is unbelievable. That line of questioning was not necessary, was not needed. Okay, I personally do not believe that Harmony was ever in that tote bag. I don't buy it. In that exact bag, that bag doesn't even look like it's been, that bag looks brand new. Again, maybe it's my eyesight. Maybe I better go ask this, but
I thought they said they brought it back in and similar.
no. Then they were looking at it and they were talking about the stain on it, the stain that came from 77 Guilford before they left, and that's the only thing that they couldn't get out of it. I'm telling you, this is. Usually, you hear from police officers to kick off trials. It's usually by the state. And I guess you could say the only police officer we heard he was on the stand for 3.5 minutes, was the sheriff deputy who did the eviction, just to like give that date. It was more for just like a date of when the eviction happened. And then to try to ask him if he recalls how many kids he saw. Of which, for the record, he said he could only be certain of 2. There may have been more, but he knows he thought at least 2. So here it is that we have had no police, law enforcement presence yet to testify in terms of the investigation. Kathy's over there still hung up on the U-Haul. Yeah, I think we found what U-Haul company. There's 3 of them there. I think we found which one it is. I'm telling you, the radius that these people stayed in was like 10 minutes. It was very what was said was facts known. They're not facts known though. Because she wasn't in the courtroom for the opening statement. She's not supposed to be hearing. No witnesses are supposed to be hearing any of that. So these wouldn't have been facts known to Kayla,
To a witness
who was being asked about. Do you know that at the opening, the defense attorney told the jury this? Why are you even? Why is that even in your repertoire of questions? I'm telling you, this is this is a huge problem.
And that's a problem for Harmony. That's the thing.
Yeah, ultimately, no, this is a problem for us. This is a problem for people. Like, I don't believe that any of that questioning was needed. She tears it up when he asks these questions, but he's also like being very, he's making it that way. The way that he's asking these questions, and very colorful with what he's saying in terms of very descriptive language, in making her relive. Oh God, here she comes.
Get the lawyers, please. Yeah, you can stay here. You can come on up. I'm just waiting for the lawyer.
Oh gosh, here we go. What's going on? What's up? What do we got? Did they take Kayla off they took Kayla off the stand too?
It was like over 35 minutes.
Oh wow, okay. I'm surprised they're letting them zoom in anywhere on desks. I just can't. What are you thinking? Get off of a desk. That's ridiculous. I fucking hate that. Go zoom in on the prosecution's desk. I mean, what are you doing? They need to keep that above and put it on the bailiff. They need to put that camera on the eagle. I don't think Kayla's not going to be in any trouble. Kayla did nothing wrong here. This idiot, okay, asked her, the prosecutor, I'm sorry, he made an idiot mistake here, or I don't even know what you want to call it. This just seems like it's really coached, and it seems like that question was planned to be asked. That's what it looks like to me. That's where Adam should be sitting. Well, I just don't understand. Why would you even ask that? None of that's necessary. Just ask her. The question is, who killed Harmony? Was it you or was it Adam? Now everyone's gonna be going to try to get copies of Kayla's communication this past weekend. Actually, since this trial started, you'd want to look at all the communication that there's been with Kayla in the outside world. But why even ask her that question? That's not even needed. Are you aware that the defense at opening statements told this jury that they could come back and find Adam only guilty of, the false and I can't even. Why the fuck would you even say that? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I disagree after seeing a bunch of the stuff. They actually have a lot of other people out there. Like the girl that rented the U-Haul. They have obviously his statements that he made, well, I'm curious if those were suppressed or not. We're still trying to figure that out. There's definitely some suppression issues going on due to the police violating his rights, allegedly. Yep, you got him. Anthony, yep. You got the mother, the damn mother of Harmony, or not Harmony, of Kayla. You got Christine. They went to her. Did you see Harmony? You know, they got, oh, there you go, tow truck. They have a ton of people. Then you have the police that did the investigation. They have the pinging of allegedly these spots that her testifying is one thing. This that was just extra. The uncle already testified. After the research that I've done the past 48 hours, why didn't they ever put a what do you call it, a wire on Kayla? Why didn't they ever let Adam go back to the family shelter? Let him go back and live in there, because that's what he says. He's like, I would have lived there, but they didn't let me go back there because of this alleged thing that me and Kayla couldn't be by each other or whatever. Why not let him go back there, give him a room that's all bugged up, and let Kayla try to work him over a course of, a week or two? Like, there was no finesse in this, and I get that you're dealing with, scum, but I would think that you could get people like this a lot easier than people that are brainiacs. Like these people, I'm sorry, but they took him right off the street. So if you think about it, right when this happened and the news came out in December of 2021, and then, January of 2022, they couldn't find, they asked Adam, where's Harmony? Okay. I got nothing to say to you guys. Then you drag him in, and that's where the issues are with this whole violating his rights. But then he says, I give him back, obviously, to her mom, 2019 at Thanksgiving. There's no, body. There's his word, her word, whatever. But they yank him and Kayla back to back, and they say, we're going to go with this way to go with fraud of welfare, and we'll get Kayla in here, and we're going to arrest him now they're going to arrest him for assault that y'all did nothing about when CPS was called in the first place, but you're going to bring him in. I think how that was all handled in the decision making to do all of this, I think it was they were able to skate around y'all for 2 years. Nobody knew that, or if people did know, they didn't do anything about it, that Harmony was missing from 2019, hadn't been seen. Okay, and now it's about to be 2022. So clearly, maybe they're a little bit smarter than y'all, and maybe you need to do your homework a little bit and figure out a way to get out the information that you need. But They pulled him right in January 4th for the one and January 5th for the other. But see, you have the public saying, "Why are they out? Why are they not around?" It's the same thing as Summer Wells's. Her parents and family, nobody. They were called in for questioning and what have you. Then they gave Adam something that said, "Produce the child," or you're gonna, it was a court order that, where's Harmony, and it's just very. If you go back and you check stuff out, that's what we've been doing this past weekend, and it makes me absolutely sick. I can't handle these type of cases. This is why I usually don't cover them, but I chose to want to cover it because it was more of like in addition to Harmony, if you want to bring light to a problem that could solve other kids not being in this situation, that's why, I really wanted to cover this case so that there aren't, if this could help prevent another case. If somebody sees my show and they call because they're living somewhere and, okay, I'm going to go and I'm going to do this now because, make more phone calls. If someone doesn't get back to you, don't think it's because everything's okay or whatever. This is just wild. Wish someone had a hot mic, right? Where's Dolly?
They need to excuse the court for the rest of the day because
Yeah, this is about to be excused for the rest. I'm surprised they haven't.
They're still debating this. This is a big issue.
This is a huge issue. This is like, wow. This needs its own hearing. This is going to delay everything because there needs to now be an evidentiary hearing on the situation, which is they're going to have to pull all of her phone records at the jail, at the prison. They're going to have to then, because I'm sorry, but the client attorney privilege of Kayla and her attorney 100% it's confidential. But I don't know if Kayla made enough of what she just said there. Did she open up the door for that? She just breached her client's. She just said, "My attorney told me." That's a little. She's releasing a client attorney privilege. This is the case isn't moving forward until this is resolved, which is going to require a hearing. So Johnny Manziel, the wax figure, by the way, he was the Browns quarterback that partied his ass off from Texas A&M. That's who Johnny Manziel is. So I call him the Johnny Manziel wax double. He looks just like the prosecutor. He's got those ears. And he's got that little side part with his little... God, we've been at this for 6 hours. Show me some love on this. Thumbs it up, thumbs it down. Either way, it's important to make yourself known because everybody has an opinion, and it's important to have opinions because if you don't have an opinion, then you're just blah. Like, what do you think, man? Also, you have your right to an opinion on and use the comment section so long as you use it respectfully. Because I will always respectfully debate whoever, but that doesn't mean that I'm right or they're wrong or I'm wrong and they're right. I can have a different stance and different position, but that's when you start getting nasty. That's when you just actually make your argument this big instead of this big. I just cannot believe that this just happened. Like, what the fuck was he doing, dude? What was he thinking?
Well, what was the attorney, whoever told her thinking?
I think, honestly, she was just, because like he's asking the questions And so she's just like gonna like going along with him. He was leading, and actually the defense was even objecting throughout that line of questioning, like, you're leading the witness, like, bro, this is your direct, like, you can't be leading anybody. And here the defense attorney on a couple occasions was objecting before that ever happened that he's leading. He's not asking her a question. He is leading her, and then she's like, yeah. And so it was one of those situations like, yeah, are you aware that during opening statements, the defense said that they can actually not vote to find him guilty of murder, but a lesser charge of, this? And she's like, yeah. Not realizing like what she's kind of even answering. Yeah. But here, that dude knew exactly what he was saying when he was asking the question. That's what I'm saying. This is nothing on Kayla. Kayla, when you decide to turn state's evidence, they own you just like a scholarship athlete. They own you. And this is what you get. This is what happens. And they can say all they want that we couldn't get Adam without her. I totally disagree. 150%. In the beginning, one would think that, but if you actually see the way that this kind of evolved, and then what they've caught themselves up in, and let's see what police work you guys have done. That's what I want to say. I want to see where the investigation is, because I'm not sold that this happened this way. I'm not sold on this timeline. And all these people that would have known that Harmony existed, okay, with the other two boys, and everybody that would have seen that Harmony was never around anymore, how many of those people asked the questions of where Harmony was to the point that Adam had to say something, or Kayla said something, right? But here, Kayla is saying she's a witness to the actual murder, okay? And what the defense is saying is that Kayla didn't witness anything. Kayla is saying all of this to get herself out of a shit ton of trouble. Okay? Because for all we know, what if they just left Harmony on the side of the road? These people are drug addicts, right? They need money. Why? How do we know that they didn't sell Harmony for a bunch of money? Why did they really rent a U-Haul? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can be thinking of a ton of money and
admit that to the murder.
well, if it leads to bigger things, if you need to say that stuff so that you're not unleashing a whole possible. Why did the family all up and leave and go to Florida?
You mean his family, right?
I'm talking about Adam's family. That house that they just had bought that house in 2016. Okay, so you just buy this house. The grandmother buys this house in 2016, and literally it was Trashville within 2 years of owning it, if not like less. By January of 2019, they were no longer paying any of those bills in terms of the mortgage. And then I still don't understand why Kayla and the girl that died, that OD'd, what's her name? The girl he was dating.
Oh, the girl he was dating.
I don't, because he had left to Maine, and so he wasn't even around. He was in Maine. This is when the cops started coming around and they questioned Kayla, and then Kayla called him and said, "You better get back here and deal with this shit," whatever. So he brings her back. But all three of them were together and went to Home Depot on December 31st. But yet Kayla was at the family shelter. That's where she was living. And this is how they all got caught up. This is what they picked them up on, is those two, there was an order that those two were like a protective order. You can't be around each other. You can't talk to each other. and he violated that when he went to the fit place because she was back at the family shelter, which how could you ever go and stay there knowing that y'all took Harmony there? Wouldn't that bring back all this crazy trauma? You would never be able to stay there if you're Kayla.
I think Kayla, they carried around her body.
Yeah,
I think she's desensitized to it. She wasn't even looking at her at Harmony like she's a human at that point.
Or that just, I mean,
listen,
this is not you're carrying around a dirty diaper, okay? This is you're carrying around like the smell. I don't understand how how could the shelter not that smell, like the people that work there? I get that maybe the people that were staying there, they're just immune to smells. I don't know. But the people that would have been working at that shelter, okay, this smell is
yeah.
What the
Well, we don't know what they said. They might have said, you guys got to clean up or leave. You know what I mean? We don't know, but there was definitely talk about it. That's why they had to move it, because everyone was talking about the smell.
I was watching part of. I hope that they call her the stand. I really want them to call Kim. You think they're gonna?
Love Kim. I mean, I love. You know how I feel about it, but Kim, they were trying to trip her up in the other trial, and
in the guns trial.
They
Oh God, here we go.
Oh good. Hopefully.
Are they coming back in? Oh gosh, what's going on? Okay, Kayla's making her way. Oh gosh, what's going on? Oh gosh, okay, they're gonna try to. Oh God, they're still up there. Oh God, now. Ooh.
Interesting.
Oh boy, here we go. This is a huge problem.
Yeah, let's see how they handle it.
Yeah, very curious.
Because if they don't do a mistrial, then Adam has really good grounds for appeal. And all of this is Harmony's justice is delayed. So.
They would have to make all their arguments on the record.
Bring in the jury. Counsel, actually, never mind.
She's standing. Jury's coming in.
Jury's coming in. Wow.
Oh my God, jury.
They're going to have to put in a motion, like I said. They're going to finish out, I think, with her, and then they're going to put the motions in.
That's weird.
I would go hard on her if I would try to get as much information as I could out of whoever she's been talking to.
If you were who?
If I was a defense attorney right now.
If you were Adam's attorney?
100. Get as much as you can. Okay, there's her attorney. That's him right there with the glasses.
Great. Another system failed with that man.
Oh God, he wasn't standing there before. What's going on? Maybe they're gonna excuse her, bring him on the stand.
Please be seated.
Must be outside the
Ladies
presence.
and gentlemen, I do realize that was more than 15 minutes. Sometimes there are some issues that come up that the court has to deal with before we can bring you back in. We have dealt with that, and the defense may proceed.
Wait, was he sitting there the whole time? Rewind back and see if he was sitting there behind the prosecution before.
When we took the break, you had indicated that you learned information about what was said in opening statements by Adam's attorneys.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
And you were, I think the state asked, were you aware that he said something happened in the night of December 6th to December 7th with you alone in the car?
Yes.
And he also said, were you aware that Adam was conceding that he had been involved in the manipulation, well, the abuse of the course charge
Yes.
and the falsifying evidence charge?
Yes.
And you learned this the morning before you testified.
Yes.
And you learned this because your attorney spoke to you about it.
Yes.
Overruled.
Oh,
And
Moved it.
learning this allowed you to prepare for the answers that you would give.
Yes.
And you discussed the ways that you would deal with this information.
oh, that was a strategy tactic, and he told him.
Not really, no.
Okay. You thought about this information and you knew that that was different from what you had told police and the prosecutors before.
Yes.
And you thought about this information and this pointed the finger at you, right?
Yes.
And you certainly didn't want to have the finger pointed at you, right?
Right.
And you wanted to think about and prepare yourself for how you would respond to those questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And
Oh my God.
and it was sort of like the prep sessions with the state and with the police, that you could think about things that had happened and maybe give a better or different explanation the next time you spoke to someone.
I'm sorry, I'm not. Yeah.
When the police during your interviews raised questions or skepticism about information that you gave them, you'd sometimes change your statements, right?
Overruled.
No.
She's giving
Well,
us leeway.
when the police spoke to you in June 3rd, you said that you were not in the bathroom and that you were not involved with what happened in the shower when Harmony's body was at Union Avenue, right?
Right.
And then the next time you talked to the police, you said you were a little bit aware, and then you slipped up and said something, and the police said, did you cut the clothes off? And you said, yeah, the hoodie, right?
That's not how that happened, but
Okay.
Wow.
But you had denied anything, and then as time and their questioning went on, you acknowledged that you were a participant, right?
right.
Okay. And
The state's case just went to shit.
you talked on direct about Adam losing it in after Harmony's body was in the shower, right?
Not that day, but yes.
Okay. Sometime after, right?
Right.
And that he was accusing you of cheating on him,
Yeah.
accusing you of trying to kill him,
Yes.
What?
accusing you of having cameras all over the house,
And other things, yes.
and accusing you of blaming him for Harmony's death to the police,
No.
accusing you of telling the police.
Right. You already said that.
Pardon?
You already said that.
Okay.
So she's with it.
So he was accusing you of telling the police that he had caused Harmony's death,
Yes.
and accusing you of telling the police that you were trying to poison him.
Yes.
He was scared of you.
No.
Okay. And none of that was true, right?
What do you mean?
You weren't cheating on him, right?
Right.
And you weren't trying to poison him.
Right.
And you weren't accusing him of Harmony's death.
No.
He had just sort of lost his mind for a while, right?
Yes.
And in that time period, he got violent.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury when you were talking about that time period that he punched you twice.
I don't remember saying how many times, but yes.
Or a couple of times?
Yes.
And that sounds right? Or do you want to see your grand jury testimony?
No, I was going to say yes.
Okay. And he punched you twice, and
They keep.
oh,
The objection is sustained.
you told the grand jury he punched you twice or a couple of times, right?
Right.
And then in March, this started to happen again, right?
It never stopped.
Okay. And you have a picture of, and I'm showing you State's Exhibit 99 of you with redness along your eyes.
Yes.
And this is a picture that you took of yourself and sent to other people, right?
Right.
Because you were angry at what he had done to you.
I sent it to my own family.
Okay.
Right.
And you left him,
Yes.
but he was the one that got arrested,
Right.
and you filed a restraining order on him
Yes.
and went back with your mother for a while
Yes.
and went to the shelter for a while
Yes.
and tried to get back with Adam.
Yes.
And you're saying it was not a couple of times after Harmony's body was taken away, it was constant.
Yes.
And then he had also, we talked about, become despondent and sort of suicidal.
It happened twice. Yes.
She just said it happened twice.
Overruled.
She's answering too quickly.
And you took care of your kids, right?
Yes.
And took care of Adam
Yes.
and continued on with your life.
Yes.
You said that the state asked you about Adam being pure evil, right?
Yes.
And that's what you said you saw in Adam at the time that you say that he was beating Harmony.
Yes.
And you're saying that a child was beaten to death beside you, looking like pure evil, and you continued on with your children and your life with Adam.
Yeah, but it wasn't okay.
Okay. And you
That's
did
a good
nothing
answer, though.
about Harmony's death.
That was a good
No,
answer.
I asked him to stop and he didn't.
Okay. I'm talking about after Harmony was died, you continued on with your life, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't okay. It was abusive.
Okay. And you don't like that, abusive, right?
Right.
And you would not approve of abusive behavior.
Well, I was taking it
Okay.
when I shouldn't have. It took a while for me to just leave him. It's really hard.
Okay. Now, the duffel bag in the trunk of the car, you eventually got the trunk open, right?
No, we didn't get the trunk open.
Well, you eventually got a bunch of stuff out of the trunk, right?
Yes.
And were you present when Mr. Badero drove Adam back to the car?
Yes, I was with him.
And the kids were where?
With us.
Okay. And at that point, you were trying to get the rest of the stuff out of the car.
Yes.
And you were able to take some things out of the car.
Yes.
From the back seat.
Yes.
And from the trunk.
Yes.
And let's talk about the letters talking about betrayal. Remember talking about that on redirect?
Yes.
Anyway, those letters
No.
were the handwritten notes that were taken from yourself.
Yes.
And you are talking about betrayal of Adam because you don't want to hurt Adam.
Right.
But I think you said on redirect, but you had to do the right thing.
Right.
And that's what you meant when you wrote the word betrayal, was that you didn't want to hurt Adam, but you had to do the right thing.
Right.
And after you wrote that letter where you didn't want to hurt Adam, but you had to do the right thing, you went and lied to the grand jury.
When I was subpoenaed, yes.
And that was after the letter about betrayal, right?
A few months after, yes.
And that was not doing the right thing, right?
Right.
Because you knew how Harmony died, right?
Right.
And you knew when she died, right?
Right.
And you knew where she died, right?
Yes.
And the right thing would have been to tell the grand jury that information, right?
Right.
And you did not do the right thing.
Not yet.
Okay. And then I think you said that Adam and you talked about, I think you called it take the fall, because he wanted you to be with the children.
Yes.
So Adam agreed to take the fall for what happened to Harmony to protect you.
No, not just to protect me.
To protect you being there for the children.
Yeah.
Okay. And he said if anything happens, he would take the fall.
Right.
And you expected that he would do that, right?
No.
You didn't expect that he would do that.
No.
Okay. But he did, right?
No.
Ah, okay. Sorry. He took the fall in the sense that both of you represented to other people that he had taken Harmony to Crystal.
Right.
Okay. So he was allowing him to be the focus of anybody's questions, not you, right?
Right.
And you said that you said that Dunkin' Donuts, that you stuck with the story even though you didn't work at Dunkin' Donuts on the 30th, right?
Right.
And I think you said that Adam said make it sometime around Thanksgiving, right?
No.
The story about him going with Harmony off to Crystal. And
Yeah,
you-
because we got kicked out of the house, but it was just that time.
Okay. And you were the one that picked the date that you would say that you were working at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, you said that you continued with your story, even though you knew you didn't work that day, right?
Right.
And you continued with the story because in the middle of grand jury, you learned that they had gotten the Dunkin' Donuts records, right?
Yeah.
And you continued with the story because you weren't prepared to say anything else.
I didn't want to say the other issue of what happened.
Okay. And you had been advised prior to the grand jury testimony, those ground rules were saying every time that you lie, you might get stacked charges, right?
Yeah.
And one thing that has been the focus of everything that you have done since being arrested is to be in as little trouble as possible, right?
I'm sorry.
You have said things to try and get out of trouble or keep the trouble as little as possible, right?
No.
No? Well, when they continued asking questions, you could have asked to see your lawyer, right?
Right.
But you continued with the story, right?
Right.
Because you didn't have another one to say.
Because that's what Adam told me to say. I didn't know what else I was going to say. I just stuck with the story.
Okay. So you didn't know what else to say, so you stuck with the story, right?
Right.
And you had talked before about betraying Adam, but weren't ready at the grand jury.
Right.
Okay. And and you said that you were afraid to do anything because you were afraid of what would happen, right?
Right.
And I think one of the things that you told the state that you were afraid of what would happen was that Adam threatened to have Kevin kill you?
Yeah.
Okay. Kevin is the uncle that used to live in the 77 Guilford Avenue, right?
Yes.
And the one that was in that fight with Adam that you said that you overheard in the summer.
Yes.
Okay. State talked to you about your cooperation agreement that you reached before talking to the police about what happened that you said happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
And one of the things that it said was that your statements couldn't be used against you, right?
Right.
And that they wanted the truth, right?
Right.
And you told them when you first spoke after having this agreement that you did not go into the shower at Union Avenue when Adam was manipulating the body, right?
Right.
Pardon?
Right.
And that was not the truth, right?
No.
And you didn't get in any trouble for it, right?
Right.
You just changed your testimony, right?
Right.
Basis.
She didn't testify. That's what was my thought.
Oh, rephrase.
Okay.
Your statement, right?
Right.
And as time went on and they would approach you with things, you might adjust your statement to fit some of the questions, right?
Right.
Okay. And by that agreement, you were supposed to only tell the truth, right?
Right.
And your story changed somewhat, right?
Right.
And at the grand jury, you were only supposed to tell the truth, right?
Right.
And you lied.
Right. Married.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further from the state?
Maybe we should just leave it alone. I would probably just use no more questions here.
Your Honor, no further questions.
Oh,
All right, you may sit down.
this would be a good stopping point.
State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Ms. Courtney Garcia to the stand.
Courtney Garcia, that is Ish's relation. That was that big drug dealer, Ish. I think. Oh, they have the last name Garcia. Guess we'll see. And that's it for Kayla. She could be recalled, I guess, but
When you get there, if you could please just remain standing for a brief moment. Ms. Garcia, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat.
Thank you.
And feel free to pour yourself a glass of water if you'd like for any reason. Ms. Garcia, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Courtney Garcia, Courtney Garcia.
Okay, thank you. And what city do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived here?
About 5 years.
And are you currently employed?
Not at the moment.
Okay. What kind of jobs have you had in your life?
I've had some supervisor positions. I've worked as a counselor in the addiction field, restaurant jobs.
Okay. And currently, right now, do you have any children?
I do.
Okay. How old?
13 months.
It sounds like a handful.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, with regards to the name Adam Montgomery, have you heard that name before?
Yes.
All right. How do you know Adam Montgomery?
He is a childhood friend of my husband,
Okay. And what's your husband's name?
Matthew Garcia.
With regards to Adam Montgomery, have you met him in person before?
I have.
And also, at any point in time, were the two of you working together?
Yes, he was one of my employees.
Please, Your Honor.
Just a minute.
Garcia, I'd like to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
That's Adam Montgomery. Same man, Adam Montgomery that we're talking about.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you very specifically about Mr. Montgomery. I'd like to ask about Thanksgiving of 2019, if I can.
Okay.
Did you see Mr. Montgomery on Thanksgiving of 2019 or around that time?
I did on Thanksgiving.
On Thanksgiving Day?
Yes.
Okay.
It was in the evening.
I'm sorry, in the evening?
Yes.
Okay. And I would ask if you can just kind of scoot a little bit more forward, actually. You saw him in the evening, right?
Correct.
And when you saw him in the evening, let me ask, Did you become aware of where he was living at the time?
Yes, I did. He was living in his vehicle.
What did the car look like?
It was a Chrysler Seabring, very bald tires,
Very bald tires.
silver to my knowledge.
And where did you see him that evening?
I saw him at the Estatiquag, I think that's how you pronounce it, apartments in Manchester, New Hampshire, in the parking lot.
What, if anything, did you do for him that day?
My husband and I provided Adam gas money, and we offered him a place to stay.
And that was on Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what did Mr. Montgomery say to that when you offered him a place to stay that night?
Okay, we have another sidebar here. This is a very big timeline. So they just asked her, wow, gave him gas money and offered him a place to stay. And what did Adam say? And she's saying that this happened on Thanksgiving. She's waiting patiently. So this is, again, this is the state's witness. This is the state's 10th witness. Kayla was the 9th. This is Courtney Garcia. I didn't click that when I put that up there. There. Sorry, I thought I had that up there. Did you say a C or a K? Yes. No, Harmony. So we're going to see. So basically, when I'm just curious, if somebody offers you a place to stay in your car, versus your car, why would you ever say no to that?
In regards to Thanksgiving and staying, what did the defendant say when you made that offer?
Adam was kind of for it, but Kayla and Adam ended up not agreeing to stay at our location.
Okay. And let me ask you, is that a conversation that you directly had with the defendant?
Yeah, Adam was
And
for
I
it.
believe a second ago you just said also Kayla. So Kayla, is that Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
That particular day, did you see any other members of the family there?
Yes, they had their 2 sons and Harmony in the back seat.
Okay. And how did you see her in person in the back seat, or did you just know that she was there?
I just knew that all 3 children were there. None of the children got out of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you look into the vehicle at any point to put eyes on them?
We offered them food, so I believe at one time I kind of put my hand in, and that was that. I didn't really look at the children, so what I was there for.
Okay. And from your recollection today, how many children were in the car at that time?
3.
Thank you. Moving forward from Thanksgiving, I want to talk to you about the couple of months after that. Did you see the defendant again, Adam Montgomery, sometime between December and January, December of 2019 into January of 2020?
Multiple times.
Okay. And at any point in time during that month, December going into January, did you have a conversation with him about Harmony and her condition?
We did, yes. Or I did, yes.
Okay. Where did Mr. Montgomery say she was at that point?
He told us that he brought Harmony back to her mother.
Do you know what her mother's name is?
Crystal, maybe?
Okay. And let me ask, with regards to that, I apologize. Did the defendant ever tell you what her name is? I should have asked a better question there.
No,
Okay.
he did not.
And with regards to how she was back with her mother, what did the defendant tell you about why that happened or how it happened or when it happened?
He told us that he brought her back to her mother because Harmony was having multiple accidents in the vehicle.
And by accidents, what do you mean by accidents?
She was using the bathroom in the vehicle.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about Harmony now being with her mother as compared to Harmony being with Adam?
I'm sorry, not.
Sure. At any point in time, did he talk about what kind of, with regards to what Harmony was being provided for, what she could be provided for from her mother as compared to what Adam was able to offer at that time?
A home.
A home?
Yes.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Let me ask you, Ms. Garcia, at one point, were you interviewed by officers of the Manchester Police Department about this interaction that we talked about today that you had with
Yes.
Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And during the time that you were speaking with them, did you tell them that the defendant told you that she was better off with her mother than with him at the time?
Basis? I'm sorry, the defendant.
Yes, I'm asking whether or not she reported those as the defendant's words at that time.
The objection is overruled.
Go ahead, Ms. Garcia.
Yes, he told us that she was better off with her mother because she could provide her a home. Adam could not.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Hi, Ms. Garcia. You indicated on direct examination that a place to stay was offered for the night.
Correct.
Adam was kind of for it.
Yes.
Kayla wasn't.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anything further, Attorney Gotti?
Nothing else we'd ask this witness to be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
Wow.
Just a brief moment. Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Ms. Kimberly Frame to the stand.
Oh my God, yes, this is Kimberly, yes. This is me and Bella's, we like her, we support her, sobriety and how she totally cleaned her life up. This is the state's, there she is. State's 11th witness. This is the woman that came to help jump the battery car. They are definitely painting Kayla as the murderer, says Boston.
That the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Frame, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your first and your last name for the record and spell them out for us?
Kimberly, Kimberly, Frayne, Frain.
Thank you, Ms. Frame. Appreciate that. With regards to New Hampshire, do you live in the state?
Yes.
Okay. And generally, what town do you live in?
Meredith.
In Meredith. And what are you doing for work right now?
I'm working in healthcare at a hospital.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
Almost 3 years.
How far have you gone in school?
I'm actually back in school now.
Oh, what are you studying?
Where?
What? I'm sorry. What are you studying?
It's kind of long. Healthcare administration.
Okay. And how long have you been, or how long do you have to go before you get a degree?
Like 3 more years.
3 more years.
Yeah.
All right. Pardon me. So I'm going to ask just one question at a time. So I'd ask you to please listen carefully to either my question or any other counsel's question that you get asked. And if I'm talking too quickly or if you don't understand my question, just let me know. I'll be happy to restate it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. Prior to where you live now, did you used to live in Manchester back in 2019?
Yes.
All right. And do you know of somebody by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Did you ever used to work at a Dunkin' Donuts on Beach Street in Manchester?
Yes.
How long did you work there?
5 years.
About 5 years?
Maybe.
Okay. Let me ask, you also know the name Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
And what was when you and have you met Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
Right. What's the relationship between Kayla Montgomery and Adam Montgomery when you first met them?
I met them at work. We worked together. First, I worked with Kayla, and then Adam worked with us too.
With regards to Kayla and Adam, did you ever meet Adam's daughter, Harmony Montgomery?
Once.
One time?
Yes.
Did you ever spend time with her?
Yes. I babysat her and the 2 boys, or 1 boy at the time, at my house.
At your house?
Yeah.
And would this have been back in 2019?
Yeah, I think it was the summer of 2019.
I'd like to ask some specific questions for you about Adam Montgomery, specifically about beginning in the winter of that year at the end of 2019. All right?
Okay.
Right. Did you ever bring Adam Montgomery jumper cables to try to start a car?
Yes.
How many times have you done that for him?
Once.
Just the one time.
One time.
How did he reach out to you for help?
He either called me or it was on Facebook. I can't remember which. And he said that their car had died and it was freezing out and they wanted me to come jumpstart their car. And I told them no, but they kept begging and I felt bad. So I went.
Okay. So you said maybe they messaged you or reached out on Facebook. Is that right? Did you have a Facebook account at one point that just went by the name Kimberly Frayne?
Yeah.
And is that the account that he might have messaged you on?
Yeah.
What time was this? What time of morning was this that Adam reached out, or you got these messages asking for a jump?
It was in the middle of the night. I just remember that. It was late.
So did you go to where they were and give them a jump?
I did.
Where did you go?
It's behind Elm Street in, I think it's Colonial Apartments.
Okay. And is that at the south side of town, west side, or north side of town?
It's like right down the road from my house on the north side.
Okay. When you saw them, do you remember what kind of car they were in that night?
Yeah, they were in a blue Audi.
Now, when you went to meet them, first of all, what was the weather like that night?
It was cold. It was freezing.
So when you got there, who, if anybody, got into your car?
I pulled up and I don't remember the beginning, but I don't think I brought a jumper pack that my ex-husband had, and a Good Samaritan came by and him and Adam jump started it, and Kayla jumped in my car with the 2 boys, and we just blasted the heat to keep them warm.
To keep them warm?
Yeah.
So you said it was Kayla and the 2 boys?
2 boys.
Okay. So I know you said before that you had babysat Harmony on one occasion. Was Harmony there with you? Did she get into the car as well with Kayla and the 2 boys?
No.
Did you see Harmony at all while you were there that night?
What?
And I believe you said a Good Samaritan came along. Do you remember who that is or even know who that
No,
is?
it's just somebody in the complex saw us struggling.
Okay. I guess I'll ask this one other question. After that one time, did you ever jump a car for them again?
No, I was distancing myself from them.
Do you remember the exact day that this occurred in the winter of 2019, end of 2019? Okay. Just that it was very cold out. Is that right?
Yeah.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
Oh boy, here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Ms. Frayne. I have one more question just for you in general. With regards to conversations that you've had with Adam Montgomery, the defendant in this case, with regards to the conversations, did you ever have a conversation with him about Harmony having bathroom accidents or wetting herself or defecating herself in her pants?
I don't think so.
Not him?
No.
Okay. With anybody else?
maybe with Kayla, but I don't remember.
Okay. Well, and I don't want you to guess. So if you remember, you remember. If you don't, you don't. That's okay. So you're saying your testimony is you don't.
I don't remember.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for your time. I have no further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Here's the defense.
Counsel, you want to move? Come up.
Yes, Your Honor.
That. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, and I only have one question.
Okay.
You recalled that whatever car that you jumped, you thought it was a blue Audi?
Yeah.
And you know from before that Adam used to drive a Seabring.
It was a silver car.
Okay. This was not the car that Adam used to drive around, right? And you remembered this way back in 2021 when the police first asked you about it, right?
Yeah.
And your memory, even the first time you talked about it, was a blue Sebring. Blue Audi.
No, I think I might have told them I think I told them it was the silver car, but it was the Audi they were in.
Okay, so you're really clear about that, huh?
Yeah.
So what changed when you first said the Sebring and then sort of recalled the Audi?
I just couldn't remember the time frames because it was so long ago.
Okay, so I understand that, but what changed your recollection of the type of car?
Interesting.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I think you said at first you told them it was the Sebring, but then the blue Audi when they first started questioning you on it, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what it was that made you say that it was the blue Audi?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
Oh, wow. Interesting. I'm starving.
That's what?
My back is killing me, man. I went through all of these. I have one more of these.
Are you doing your thing?
Yeah. Damn. They should call it a day. It's 3:50. They'd be like, Judge, I'm
4, and I don't want to get started with another witness and take you too long beyond 4 o'clock. So we're going to end for the day.
I knew it.
I know earlier when I left this morning, there were some reports about weather. I have kept an eye on it as we've taken breaks throughout the day. The reports actually look much better than was originally anticipated. And we're New Hampshireites, so we're used to weather, but it does not look like it is going to be the significant weather event that they had originally predicted. So I'm going to keep an eye on the weather throughout the night. At this point, the court will be open. We will. I have every expectation that we are going to go forward tomorrow with trial. So I'll need you here at 8:45. If anything were to change, we would let you know well before then. I know we have contact information for all of you. I'll double check to make sure that that's correct. So keep an eye out on your email or text messages, but I think it is extremely unlikely that we would not have trial tomorrow. So you should all plan accordingly. Put your boots beside the door. So 8:45 tomorrow morning. As I said, don't read anything about this. Avoid all news media regarding this case. Don't look anybody up. Don't do any independent research. And I will see you tomorrow morning for a 9 a.m. start. Thank you so much, everybody, for your attention today.
All right. Well, I have lots to say about this. I'm going to let this all serenade with me and Bella, and we're going to talk about it over some food. I missed my lunch break because I was explaining this shitty IP process, but we'll be back later. I'm going to try to make a little recap video like I did before. But thank you guys all for joining me here. Prayers and thoughts to all of the children all over that are suffering from, child abuse, neglect. There's a lot of kids out there, and it's sad and it's real. So love all of you guys. Do me a favor on your way out. Thumbs up the video, thumbs it down. You have an opinion, make it known. Thank you. And thank you, moderators, subscribers, members, for being here. Special shout out to the moderators for always making it a pleasure in chat. Use the video to comment as well. Thank you.